I guess what I was kind of getting at it's helpful to see like a bigger picture of, where you can, of course you have to learn the basics and learn all this stuff, but it's also helpful to see where you can go with it and where all of us what we all might be able to do with it 5 or 10 years from now.
Right.
Because it's, quite honestly, it's hard sometimes to just slug through all of it and learn it if you don't have that, big picture of what you could do with it. So it was, very helpful to hear, like, what you guys were talking about towards the end of the session, and like what the questions that Paul was raising about, what could we do to, learning this stuff and taking it out into the communities and making a better world instead of, that's a lot more of an inspiring vision to me than, don't get me wrong, I'd like to be able to deal with any, debts and other problems, but, seeing a bigger picture of what you can take that out and do with it is really helpful.
It's kind of like learning to correct your problems and learning who you are and what you can do. This thing there is getting yourself in a position to help yourself. This is getting yourself in a position to help others. So you're just progressing, getting rid of all of your past stupid knowledge and presumptions of what's going on. Get real, get out of your problems, and then do something with your life.
And on another token, creating and generating within your community is something you can start at any time. The way I see it, and the vision, the goal, is to create a sustainable community that's well-fed. And when I say well-fed, I mean like good food, organic food that doesn't kill them, clean water, free energy. Those things can't exist in our current system because our current system necessitates scarcity. So it's not that I want to destroy the current system, but I want to create something that can run parallel to it. And either people are going to be drawn to one or the other, depending on, do I want responsibility? Do I want benefits and privileges and be taken care of? Because I believe that the system that does not necessitate scarcity, that has abundance as its foundational model, can flourish and take care of everyone much better than a system that is necessitated on scarcity and claims to be taking care of everyone. Right now what I'm seeing is there's a lot of suffering that people experience in the world. A lot of hunger, a lot of homelessness. We're at a level of technology where homes, clean water, good food can be provided to every single individual and unlimited amounts of energy. If that's where we're at, why aren't we using that? And it's simple. It's an economics question. Our economic system doesn't support that. It necessitates scarcity. So how do we create something else? We have to get enough like-minded people to start operating in another way so that we can grow that system. We can grow something that allows for abundance, that allows for free energy, that allows for healing. Can you imagine? Healing instead of medicating. Right? But again, the medicating system is necessity because it's about consumerism. So we don't want to heal anything in that system because we need you to be taking pills for the rest of your life. Because then consume, 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 consume. So the system that necessitates scarcity is not sustainable. So it's collapsing in on itself. So what can we do now? See, this is more of like creating a way for us to operate in both worlds, creating a way for us to create the new world. But once we're there, it all becomes unnecessary. You know what I mean? We'll actually be operating man to man, woman to woman, and no necessity for any kind of fictitious entities.
This is the block here of responsibility. The shadow next to it is incompetence and no responsibility. This is the block here of being in control of your state and your life. The shadow next to it is they're taking care of your estate because you're incompetent. This is your ability to help your brother with all of these things that Brandon is saying. But right next to it, this is the government handout, which is scarcity. If you're going to be in this positive level, the problem is, and where it goes beyond what Brandon just talked about, is you're talking about coming into your estate. You're talking about coming into your wealth that you're entitled to. But you can only do that with responsibility. Wealth is a multiplier. Wealth does not change you. Wealth makes you what you are on steroids. And so if you're not in this block, if you're over here, dumber than a post, and you get wealth, what's it most likely going to do to you? Build you up or cause a faster destruction. And then down here, if you've got it into your possession and control unlimited, would you all of a sudden go AOL from anything constructive on planet Earth? Are you going to veg on the couch and watch TV all day? Because in reality, I don't want to do anything. I don't want to go to work. I don't want to be responsible. If you were over here in this other world where you've been given a handout all your life, and now you're on steroids with wealth, are you going to be stingy and keep it? See, the problem is to get into these positions as a world and flourish. You've got to understand that you have to have a positive attitude, or what it is that you're going to get is going to destroy you, not build you up. And so we can't just go out and say, look, I did this, and it's helping me, and it's going to help you. Because if you give your drug addict buddy access to unlimited funds coming out of the DTC or the FRB, he's just going to be on more drugs until he goes himself into the ground. So you cannot just distribute this and make a better world by throwing these benefits on everybody that will not accept the responsibility. That's the point.
Any other questions?
Okay. On that note, also with the Social Security application, because I know that's one of the things on there, I realized how to do the birth certificate.
SS4 or 5?
Yes, this form 5 that you reclaiming that we were supposed to reclaim when we were 18.
Yeah.
What are the key elements that you should be looking to make sure where you make those adjustments at when you send it in again? And also, do you have to do some type of revocation of the previous one that was sent in?
No, you're going to see an administrative process. It's very simple. Last in, first out. When it comes to a lien, the first in time is first in line. But in an administrative process, it's last in, first out. Okay? It's LIFO type accounting. And so if you put in a new app for the Social Security, it replaces the old one because the last one supersedes the first one. Okay? But understand this. You can correct that mistake, and you can go in and say, hey, look, dude, I didn't want to be the beneficiary on the SS account. I wanted to be the grantor. Go ahead and give them notice. Now what are you going to do? You're going to sit back there and go, well, I filed that. Because now they're expecting that your life and your actions are going to change as a result of you electing to be the trustee versus the beneficiary. So what are you going to do now? Now that you filed the correction, what are you going to do to be the trustee instead of the beneficiary?
So now I'm going to be taking more responsibility in my actions.
Oh, and show me exactly what does that mean? Are you going to file a 1040 next year?
Sure. I'll file a 1040, but now I'm not looking for a return. I'll be looking to pay the whole amount.
Okay, and how are you going to file that return to show that you're the trustee instead of the beneficiary?
So now when I'm filing as the trustee, I'm going to have to from what I heard, I watched one of your other seminars where you said you would basically use that form as a financing statement, where you're going to...
The 1040 is a finance statement, irregardless of how you fill it out. Okay, elaborate.
Okay, so now as a financing statement, you're crediting all of these things back to that democracy.
So you're going to discharge public debt instead of want to refund a public liability?
Yes.
Okay, so that's a life change now, right? So now what you're doing is you're decreasing public debt. That is a step. Okay, there's so many things in life, it's a new way of life. You don't do the same thing as a trustee as you do as a beneficiary. So the only thing I'm pointing out is you can see I made a mistake there, I should have done this. But, you know, you could say, I should not have been a bricklayer, I should have been a brain surgeon. But just because you made that statement today does not mean you're going to go out tomorrow and get operating privileges in the local hospital to do brain surgery. There's something you got to learn and achieve along the road to get to the point where you're performing at the new level of what you say you are. You see what I'm saying? So I mean, it's good to know we made mistakes and we want to correct it, but everything in its time in line. You just don't isolate and say, well, I'm going to be the trustee over this account, and then next week, oh, you know, I think I better cash my unemployment check because that's a beneficiary role instead of... Let me give you an example of exactly true story. At least I believe it's a true story through hearsay. That's pretty obvious, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. This guy went into traffic court one day, and he'd been hearing all of this stuff, you know, some of the things we've been talking about. So he goes into the traffic court and he says to the judge, Your Honor, he said, this is a crock of crap here. He says, I'm going to use basically my set-off and asset account, and you could just take care of this case. I'm basically a sovereign, and I have unlimited rights to travel and everything like that. And the judge looks at him and he goes, okay. He says, I'll tell you what. Just go on home then and we'll take care of it. This guy is looking at the judge like...
Wait, isn't this the one who the judge asked him to leave the birth certificate and driver's license?
Something like that, yeah. And the guy's going, God, it can't be that easy. So he leaves. And it's a small town, right? So he gets his paycheck the next day and he takes it into the bank and he deposits his paycheck from the straw man in the bank. And the following day he gets a notice from the court that he's got to come in and reappear on the traffic ticket issue. And so he goes in and he goes, what's this about? And the judge says, I hear you were in the bank yesterday. Small town. He says, I'm giving you your birth certificate and your driver's license back again, and I want a plea on that traffic charge. What just happened? If he's going to be a creditor and he's immune to all of this statutory process, what the hell are you doing cashing a liability check? And so his actions and his conduct told the judge was with, okay, you're going to change your life. You told me you understand what's going on. You're going to be a creditor. Go out, go home, and we'll see how that works. And it didn't 2 days go by, and the guy's cashing a liability check for his straw man, and the judge is going, well, that was a good experiment, but you don't lead up, or you don't live up to the expectation of a creditor. So therefore, I'm not going to let you skate on this traffic ticket. You're a debtor like everybody else. You understand? If you're going to change the way you assume you want to be treated, there's certain actions and conduct that have to go along with that. Or else you're right back into acting like a debtor but saying you're a creditor. So we're definitely not telling anybody don't do what's in your heart and your mind that you believe you need to do. but understand the ramifications and consequences. If you're going to attempt to start changing your status, there's going to be expectations of your acts and actions that have got to change to go along with what you say you're changing into and going to be. So understand at least from the get-go that you've got to understand those kind of activities and start trying to go in that direction. Okay? ABC?
Indeed. Are we clear? Okay.
Okay, on that note right there.
On that note right there.
That was a C sharp, I think.
Right. So this guy demonstrated that he's a debtor by cashing his check.
By performance, right?
By performance.
He attempted to create a contract that I'm a sovereign and I have nothing to do with all this public stuff. And the judge gave him the shadow of the dice.
I understand.
Rope to hang.
All righty.
My question is, what could he be doing instead in order to demonstrate that he is a creditor?
Wasn't he bringing liability instruments
Yes, I
into the
understand.
public?
Oh, yeah,
Creating more debt for the public at large.
Yes.
Let me ask you a question. If you're going to be,
I understand that.
If you're going to be a creditor, should you be dumping your crap on the other society?
No.
Okay, your question is, what should he have done?
Yeah, that's my question.
He should not
his
be
asset fund.
He should not be
Deposited.
working as a W-2 employee, receiving paychecks and cashing checks at banks.
Yes, I understand that. But
So
you
what's
know,
the-
during the
that's the
transition.
not.
Okay, well.
So
I
what he
understand.
should do
Yeah.
is privately contract, exchange his labor for something other than Federal Reserve notes, keep what he exchanges for his labor privately, okay?
Yeah.
Deal privately in the exchange of what he's earning for his labor for food. He'll probably have to go build his own house somewhere, right?
So there are a lot of preparation to be done prior to, you know, turning the switch over and, you know, declare that you're
I don't know if
creditor.
the traffic ticket's the time to declare your sovereignty.
No, yeah,
and
but
separation.
you know, there are a lot of preparations to be done. Otherwise, you can't survive. I mean, like, you know, as soon as you turn off that switch, declare yourself your creditor, you can't really like survive in the public anymore. I mean,
I think
You know
that
what I
judge, personally, in my opinion, genius. He
Absolutely.
squashed that right then and there. He really got the guy to realize you claim sovereignty, and you claim you're not a subject. Yet look at how dependent you are upon the public system.
yeah,
You couldn't go 2 days without interacting with it.
that's probably most of us here.
Oh, yeah, no.
You know,
Yeah.
excluding you guys maybe, but
No. I don't do it in a personal capacity.
Yeah.
So if the judge would have given me the same rope, he'd have never had an opportunity to call me in. Because the straw man, which may have gotten the ticket, doesn't do anything. It never goes to the bank. It doesn't have bank accounts. It doesn't do anything out in commerce. Except travel. And really, it's not traveling, but I bring it along with me when I'm traveling. Not in the form of a driver's license, because I don't even have one of those. So not only am I going to get pulled over, I'm going to get a ticket for driving without a driver's license. And as much as I want to try to explain to the kind officer, did you know the distinction and difference between driving and traveling? One is a commercial activity. Is it really? You got a license plate on the back of this thing. Must be a commercial vehicle. Ah, yes. It is a commercial vehicle. But it doesn't belong to me. I've been privately contracted by the entity that controls this car. And then
To
private
convey it
contract.
from A to B.
Right? So private contract, so you're privately conveying something you're not in public commerce. Right? But is the police officer going to understand all this?
No.
I have to wait till I get to the judge and explain it to him.
Right.
But then when I get to the judge to explain it to him, am I talking about, I'm a sovereign and blah, blah, blah? No. It's my conduct and how I interact with the judge that's telling him that. You see?
Yeah.
So if you're saying, chances are you're not. You're totally dependent on the public system. You've got a commercial vehicle. You've got a driver's license. You've got a bank account. You've got all these things that clearly you're not operating. Clearly you are operating that straw man. So he knows you're not the straw man. But the straw man's running into things in commerce.
All kinds of benefits.
And when your vessel runs into things, we got to call the captain in. Your boat is hitting shit. Right? Who's liable? Captain. So captain, I know, I'm not the boat! Well, what? Yeah, we know you're not the boat. But you're the guy who drives it. So it's not the boat we're mad at. Because the boat can't do anything without you behind the wheel, right? Can the boat do anything without you behind the wheel? No! So, get off the boat, build a new boat, and drive that boat. And be careful not to run it into stuff. And when you do, make sure you handle it. But there's no mistake now. Because this boat that I built, they don't have any control over. So the fact that it's, even if it does run into stuff, and somebody who I've run into goes, hey, that guy on that boat over there ran into me. Oh, well, yeah, that flag he's flying, we don't have any jurisdiction. So you're going to have to handle that yourself. If he was flying one of our flags, then we could get on his boat. And we could arrest his vessel. And we could bring the captain in and have a hearing with him. But the fact is, he's flying a different flag on that vessel. Because he's flying a different flag, whatever he does with you, you have to handle. Because that's international commerce now. You see?
Yep.
Okay.
What we're saying is, as you schedule your future based on your current knowledge, think ahead.
I mean, all too often, people come to the realization that they want to live their life a different way, and it's after they've got tax liens and warrants and indictments. Yes, I've seen the light. I'm ready to live my life in the private. Okay, but you've still got that mess out there that you've created to take care of.
Number one, fix your problems. Number two, plan your new vessel. Number three, go about your new business.
In listening to what you guys were talking about, I've listened to a couple of the podcasts where remedy to that exact situation was given. And two different, one by, I think, Brandon and yours, and then by, I think, if I understand it correctly, Gordon. Take Gordon. He goes into a bank, and I don't know what kind of account it was, and I'm assuming he had Federal Reserve note check, right? And he simply does not endorse it.
No, he endorses it. He puts a special restricted endorsement.
But he doesn't sign his name.
No.
Okay. So
he puts an endorsement on it.
He puts an endorsement on it. Okay, but he doesn't sign his names, right?
He doesn't take liability on the instrument.
Okay.
An endorsement is the writing that he puts on it. That is an endorsement.
Okay.
You're correct. There is no signature because he's not taking liability for the instrument, but he did put an endorsement on it.
Okay.
And it's something like for the exchange of
Federal Reserve
notes or...
I can't remember. No,
it's not deposit only.
I can't remember what he put
else.
either. Okay.
But that's the endorsement.
Okay. It seems to me, if you, after hearing that story, it scares the hell out of you. Well, I can't deal with Federal Reserve notes anymore, right? So what? You got to change everything. But it's. What do you guys do with your Federal Reserve notes?
First, you're confusing with who's the I. You said, I can't deal with Federal Reserve notes. Which I are you talking about?
Okay, you're right. Gotcha.
Right? Think about that. Which I are you talking about?
The what we refer to as the living.
The
So
living thing is never touching Federal Reserve notes anyway. When you say I, what you mean is the straw man. Right? Because the straw man's the only thing that gets Federal Reserve notes.
okay.
Right now. Now, as trustee for multiple, and I'm trustee, manager, you know, I'm connected to, associated with, affiliated with many entities. And in the course of conducting business for those entities, Federal Reserve notes are part of the equation. Are they my Federal Reserve notes? No. But as manager of an LLC,
What did we lose? We lose that.
a weight that was taped
A
to.
speaker or
Is that
what?
how you straightened out the screen? You taped a weight to it? That's an interesting solution.
Do we want him coming back up on stage again?
So
Oh my
the
God.
LLC,
I'm moving.
in my role of managing an LLC, it may have business through which it uses, deposits, spends Federal Reserve notes. That LLC just so happens to be controlled by and solely owned by a private trust, a foreign trust. So a foreigner owns this LLC. That trust doesn't really have any substantial property to speak of, because that trust has one beneficiary, one grantor. And it's this big fat holding trust. The big fat holding trust is where everything is stored. But it never interacts with anything other than various trusts that it has contracts with. So this trust out here that controls the LLC doesn't really have any substantial wealth to speak of, but it's poking the beast. It's poking the lion by creating an LLC and engaging in business through that LLC. It's poking the lion, right? If the lion turns around and goes after it, what's going to happen? Well, nothing really, because there's nothing substantial within the trust. But by poking the lion, it's given up its immunity to having its property seized. It just so happens that the only property it has is that LLC. And certificates of interest in that LLC. So all they get is the certificates of interest in that LLC. You see? So the LLC engages in business with Federal Reserve notes. And over here there may be another LLC which engages in business with Federal Reserve notes. Does my straw man engage in business with Federal Reserve notes? No. So does it mean I give up the use of Federal Reserve notes? Yeah, I have no reason to use Federal Reserve notes. However, in my role and capacity as manager of this LLC over here, I got to deal with Federal Reserve notes for that LLC, but they're not mine. I'm not using them for me. I'm not making them for me. I'm not taking them home for me. They belong to the LLC. It just so happens my role with that LLC is to manage the affairs. So I may receive them and deposit it for them. I may spend them for its expenses. Make sense?
It's starting to, but yeah. The other one was I think you gave that. The question was, well, what could he have done? Judge calls him in there the second time, and he could have acted not like a debtor, right, like a creditor. And said,
yeah, he could have done a couple conditional acceptances, a couple of, of confession and avoidances, right? So yeah, he could have handled himself differently. But it would have been a test, and the judge may even have given him a second chance until the next time he engaged in commerce within the United States, within their small town, and found out about it. I'm sure it wasn't hard for the judge to find out what this guy is up to.
I mean, the story demonstrates a lot by what isn't being said. You mean to tell me that a traffic court judge actually understands the whole monetary system to the level that this guy came in and said, hey boss, I'm not subject to the statutes, and the judge goes, okay, let's try this out. Go home, buddy. Just leave your birth certificate and your driver's license. You mean to say a traffic court judge understands this? The answer to the question is absolutely. How difficult is it to understand this concept? It's pretty simple, isn't it? People are the only ones that don't understand it because they were never introduced to it.
So now the man, he went back into court and he basically went silent on the assumption that the judge was making and saying that he was using the Federal Reserve notes, thereby saying he wasn't sovereign. So you're saying, had he conditionally accepted that or did a confession and avoidance, he could have still...
What was he doing?
Well,
he was conducting business for an entity over which he has control, wasn't he?
Yes.
But he didn't even understand that, did he?
No.
No.
He had heard a rumor in the background, there's an easy way out. And he's going, okay, I think I'll refile my SS4. But then, what are you going to do after you do that? You see what a point I'm making? In other words, you've got to plan out this whole structure. You cannot do one isolated little event and say, well, okay, now I got my Social Security card correct. And?
So my question would be is, basically, he can go back and forth if he chooses to.
Absolutely.
It's a revolving door.
Well, he's not going back and forth.
He's not going back and forth, but
he knows who he is.
That's right.
That's the distinction. He knows who he is. He's operating as trustee, a corporation or a trust that happens to be named David Jones. He made the mistake, though, of going into court and making himself the name.
Okay.
Right? Which isn't entirely bad, because the judge recognizes it's in persona conjuncta, so in reality the trustee is the thing, right? And then he started claiming he wasn't the thing. And the judge says, oh, okay, well then I guess you aren't operating that entity that we're charging. Well, we'll see. We'll see who's operating it. And then he goes and he cashes the check, right? Judge brings him back in. Okay, looks like you are the captain of the vessel. We caught you red-handed steering the ship. Right? But he didn't know that distinction, that he was just steering the ship. And again, he got confused. Who's being charged? Because his real remedy was in, I'm here to set off. Right?
That's right.
Why argue? Why fight?
That's right.
If you're the captain, if you're the trustee and you're in control of the estate, well, then you'll just set off the charges, won't you?
That's right.
But no, he wanted to go in there and fight and argue that he wasn't the trustee.
Your Honor, I conditionally accept your new offer on proof of claim that I haven't posted or will post a set-off bond for the benefit privilege of the straw man before I leave here today, making your offer moot.
See, I just wanted to clarify that, because it sounded like when Yuri heard it, it was like, oh, I can't cash a check, or I can't do that. But you can do it. It's just knowing how you're doing it.
Don't throw the burden of the straw man back on the public when you're claiming that you're not under any benefit privileges.
Stop taking benefits and privileges.
Yes.
Get off the boat, build a new boat, and drive that around.
Okay.
Or navigate it, I should say.
Just a quick one.
Yuri. Quick question.
When you fill out the Social Security application on the correction mistake, when you're ready, when you have filled your new board and what have you,
When you are ready and you build your new boat and want to reapply for your Social Security card correctly, you will be applying as a grantor and signing as a grantor. Is that correct?
That would be a way of acting in the capacity of the controller of that estate. But let me ask you a question. Isn't that Social Security estate still in the public, in the corporate United States?
Yes.
So understand, you're still under some limitations, but you're trying your darndest to get back in control instead of in use. So go ahead. Where's your question going now?
That was my question.
Okay, then we answered that.
Okay.
Let me make the following statement. Do you think it's a good idea to retain that corporate trust within the control of the United States?
No. You want
So
to
you're
be
going to want to
controller.
do something to move the contents of that trust beyond the corporate United States. So actually becoming the grantor is just the first process in further moving that estate from public to private. But if you just sign up to be the grantor and you do nothing, you still have a trust in the public, and it's still under their jurisdiction. So I'm just saying, when you do the grantor thing, it's just the start of a process that has to continue to extract the estate from their jurisdiction. You may be in control as a grantor, but it's still under the public.
And that is a process and a method, right?
Right.
Let me give you an example of what, like my son, Leoncio. He has no birth certificate. He has no Social Security card. To the democracy, he's what they would call a non-citizen national. He can still get a passport, but his passport is a little different than yours. Has a little red stamp, interesting, the color they chose, on the inside that says non-citizen national. Okay? Now, what is that? What is the distinction there? What can a non-citizen national do, or how can he operate in commerce? Because I've gotten a lot of questions about this.
He's not under jurisdiction of United States Corporation.
Well, is he?
He's not.
Well, I don't know. I guess it depends on how he conducts himself, doesn't it? Can he go to public school? Nope. So he'll be privately educated. Okay. Can he get unemployment?
No.
Nope.
He can't get all the benefits that
He
the
can't
public...
get, well, he's not signed up for any benefits, is
Right.
he?
No.
No. However, could he, when he turns 18, choose to be a U.S. citizen?
Yeah.
Yep, he could. He could choose to get a birth certificate, he could choose to get a Social Security card, he could choose all that.
Right.
And then he can choose to be a beneficiary, or he can choose to be a trustee.
Right.
But I'm leaving that choice to him. And there's another process I can do. Let's say I have been misqualified as a U.S. citizen. However, I wasn't actually born in the United States, but they think I was, born in the District of Columbia. And my parents thought I was. And so they miscategorized me on birth certificates and Social Security cards and everything else. It's actually a very simple process for me to undo the Social Security. All I have to do is send them a nice little letter about terminating the account, endorse the Social Security card and send it back to them. Tell them that I have no income effectively connected to business within the United States and have no need for a Social Security account, thereby this account is terminated. Okay, so now there's no Social Security number. Now I have to go correct the status of U.S. citizen. That's simple enough, based on Jack's last in, first out. What's the document or instrument that indicates my citizenship? I can just go to the passport.
Oh, pass.
Because my birth certificate, I don't even think has any citizenship listed on it. I think that's in the more recent ones, they have U.S. citizen on there. It may, I don't remember ever seeing it on there. I'd have to look at it again. The passport. Fill out my passport application correctly. And now that I've terminated the Social Security account, what would I put for a Social Security number? Well, the instructions are put zeros. If you don't have a Social Security number, now if you do have a Social Security number, or your straw man has a Social Security number, and you put all zeros, what is that? Fraud. Okay, so you don't put zeros unless there's no Social Security account. So I would put zeros. And when it asks, are you a U.S. citizen? I'd have to say, well, no. Actually, I'm not. I was not born in the District of Columbia. I am what you would consider a non-citizen national because I was born in the California Republic. And when it has, where were you born? What country were you born in? I'd have to put California Republic. And that is what we would call, under the democracy, that's what you call the unincorporated United States. And anyone born in the unincorporated United States is a non-citizen national. Interesting.
Yeah, it is very. Never heard of that one until today. So
yeah, and it's spelled out in everything they have. When you look at the U.S. passport application, they even put it in there now. You must be either a citizen or a non-citizen national to fill this out. So they'll give non-citizen nationals passports and they'll give U.S. citizens passports. Can I get a driver's license?
No.
Yeah, I can. You don't have to be a U.S. citizen to get a driver's license. When it asks me, are you a U.S. citizen, I put no.
Yeah, that's
when it asks me for a Social Security number, I put 000000000. So now, as a non-citizen national, I have a driver's license. Now, does it make me immune?
No.
No. In fact, did you know diplomats can go around killing people and they can't be arrested, detained for it? But they can be given a speeding ticket and they're liable on it. Did you know that? Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Diplomats are not immune from traffic laws. I find that fascinating. I do. I find that absolutely fascinating. In fact, a diplomat can be kicked out of this country or have his driving privilege taken away if he does too much damage on the roads. But if he gets out of his car and shoots everyone at the intersection, that's okay.
That's unbelievable.
He's going to go free, and there's nothing we can do about that. In fact, he gets to keep his driver's license, too. Because it was a moving violation. He stopped. He pulled over. Okay? But isn't that interesting? So, being a non-citizen national with a driver's license as a non-citizen national and a passport as a non-citizen national doesn't make me immune from traffic laws. It just means there's nothing for them to attach it to. But I'm still going to get a notice in the mail. Hey, notice to appear. Handle this. Same as the diplomat. Diplomat's going to get a notice to appear too. And he can have his driving privilege taken away. So, your status, whatever it is, doesn't give you immunity. Well, in some cases it does. You know, diplomatic immunity gives you a degree of immunity. But even if you get out of your car and shoot everyone in the intersection, doesn't mean we got to let you keep staying in our country. It doesn't. It means we can boot your ass out. We can't arrest you, we can't try you, but we can boot your ass out and never let you back in. And so let's say I even achieve diplomatic immunity. Does it mean I can just do whatever I want? What happens when I piss them off to the point where they're going to kick me out? Where am I going to go?
Nowhere.
Yeah, I have nowhere to go. I'm a non-citizen national of the United States. Nowhere else is going to accept me. Maybe to travel to, I could become an illegal, maybe get some amnesty somewhere, maybe eventually become a citizen somewhere else.
Yeah, if you got a lot of resources, maybe you can have a dual citizen somewhere, by paying like $250,000.
Oh yeah, I can pay $200,000 Costa Rican. I can become a Costa Rican diplomat, in fact, for $250,000. Then I got my diplomatic immunity back, and I could go shoot people in intersections in other countries. Right? So it's, and this is an issue, I think, that I run into a lot in these types of courses and these types of workshops, is that people are looking for some degree of immunity. They want to be able to just do whatever they want to do and not be liable or responsible for any of it.
That's not why I asked that question.
No. I know. I'm just saying that's kind of where where it leads to.
Yeah.
The status of the entity you're operating through is somewhat important. Somewhat. Mm-hmm. Not a necessity to have any certain status. It could have a non-citizen national status. It could have U.S. citizen status. Doesn't really matter what the status is. It's a fiction. However you operate it is really going to determine what its liabilities are.
Right.
Because you could choose, no matter what its status is, to not operate it. And then it never has any liabilities. You don't have to worry about it. However, it sure makes driving around difficult. I can vouch for that. When I get pulled over, it's usually a little more than a hassle than when you get pulled over. Not all the time. Most of the time, they just let me go. No tickets, no nothing. They just get out of here. Sometimes, they impound my car. That's a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Because then I got to go get the car. And I'm stuck somewhere for at least 12 to 18 hours. Right? Impedes me in getting where I want to go. So that's why I'm establishing the non-citizen national status, so I can have the driver's license under non-citizen national status, because I don't want the benefits and privileges. Now, does it mean I don't have an estate?
You do.
I do.
Yeah, you have a controller.
What about Leoncio, who's never been a citizen, never had a birth certificate, never had any of that? Does he have an estate? He does. In fact, he may be the only person in this country who's a true member of the Republic. He was born on the land, and I've got a record recorded at the county. I got a certified copy out that says so. That's the only record there is of his nativity. And I'm not going to call it a birth because that's an admiralty term. He was born on the land in the unincorporated territory known as New Mexico. So he's not a U.S. citizen. And he hasn't given up any rights, titles, or interest to anything. He's maintained all of them. And if at one point he decides he wants to give up some rights and interests for some benefits and some privileges, he can. He's not restricted from that. And he's got an instrument that was filed in less than a year from the time of his being born that indicates that he is eligible to be a U.S. citizen if he wants to be, or to sign up for Social Security if he wants to.
Oh, he doesn't need to.
But he doesn't need to.
Yeah. Cool. Okay, thanks.
Same way you do. He'll write it out and sign it. What? He doesn't need an account number.
Who will do the accounting for it then?
Secretary of Treasury. Now, will he send some kind of notice to the Secretary of Treasury that he's on the land here? Probably. Daddy will help him with that. So they'll know there's a man on the land who's never had an account, but who has an estate, and he knows he has a claim to the estate, and he'll assign the Secretary of the Treasury as a fiduciary, because the Secretary of Treasury is what we call the alien property custodian. My son is an alien to the democracy. Legitimately. He doesn't even have a straw man that's a domestic entity. His straw man is private.
Yes, as a non-citizen national, and say you did something that made them to want to kick you out, wouldn't you just
They can't kick me out as a non-citizen national.
Wouldn't you just go to...
They can't kick me out as a non-citizen national.
Okay.
I have more of a right as a non-citizen national to be here than any U.S. citizen does.
Okay.
In fact, the military is working for me and my son. They're not working for you, the U.S. citizens.
Okay. Well, I want them to work for me too.
You know, so there's a distinction there. Why would I say they're working for me? Well, are they working for me or are they working for the non-citizen nationals? Well, all non-citizen nationals are from the unincorporated areas of the United States, meaning they're from the Republic. Isn't the military working for the Republic and keeping all the enemies of the state, the U.S. citizens, in line? Because that's what they are. They're foreign to the Republic. Some foreign corporation came in, created a special class, a special rank called a U.S. citizen, and they're considered an enemy of the state.
Did they say that on floor track? They said the many outweigh the few.
When the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. And in this case, so there, and yeah, believe me, he's not the only one out there. There are several people who understand this status question to as much a degree, if not beyond the degree of my understanding. And they've had this status from the time they were born into the world as well. Just you don't meet a whole lot of them. At least I haven't. Any other questions now that we're on status, it seems? Well, any questions on status? Because we don't want to bring this one up later. We want to move on to this stuff.
Would you roughly then be in category 3, but just more or less a close to a perfection of that particular category?
Would I be in category 3 if what? If are you talking about my son?
Your son, you, the status you're describing yourself as having.
Yeah, my son, because he's being raised with this information, and because trusts and things like that will be second nature for him. Mm-hmm. And because I've even told you we'll be sending a notice to the alien property custodian regarding his claim to the estate, and we'll establish some kind of an account number, but it won't be a 9-digit number that you're used to seeing. It'll be a number that we create.
All right, question number 2 is it, in your opinion, a superior position to be in where you either had and have completely gone away from a public straw man to a private? Is that the ultimate goal, to get to that? But it requires much preparation.
That was my goal.
That was your goal, yeah.
It's not the ultimate, like it's better than another status. Like I said, no matter what the status is, you can operate effectively in commerce. You don't have to have an entity considered a non-citizen national. You don't have to have an entity considered a U.S. citizen. You don't have to have either. You know, the real super duper men are the guys who got no status in any country, and they walk and go wherever they please. Mm-hmm. Those are the gangsters. Okay? Those are the guys I'm going to try to be like. The guys who can actually make their way around the world without any allegiance or any connection to any political entity.
A friend of mine just recently was called into federal court for a status hearing. Is this the status they were looking for?
Ah, interesting. That's typically not the understanding we have of a status hearing. Usually it's a status conference hearing. This is usually what they call them.
Mm-hmm. This was just a status hearing. I don't know. Just
a status hearing?
How did they draw the case in? Under what presumptions or what started it?
OIDs. She did. She was arrested at her home. Within a couple of days, she had an arraignment.
Uh-huh.
She did fairly well and then went silent.
Okay.
Pretty much the typical story.
Right.
She ended up with a public defender, went in for a status hearing, tried to conditionally accept the public defender away, but he was pretty horrendous for her.
That was just a status on the case.
It was just a status on the case?
It wasn't a status for...
Yeah, it's typically they call it a status conference hearing.
Okay.
And it's basically the attorneys, sometimes the judge, sometimes not the judge. I've seen it both ways. And they all kind of get together and like, okay, where are we at? What do you need?
She had... it was interesting because she had already done all the paperwork. She had made her payment of tender.
So she had already done an A process on the case?
On the criminal case, yeah. She was, I believe.
No, it wasn't an A process. She had done the acceptance of the charging instrument.
Oh, in the
promised
hearing.
to stand under it, and the delivery of a set-off instrument, so the judge wanted to know what the status is. In other words, is this settled by agreement of the parties, or is there an argument
Did she
going
have a
on?
record?
Well, she was establishing a record, I guess.
Yeah.
It all happened pretty fast.
Yeah.
And she didn't do all that great. But it was very interesting because the judge, volleyed just a little bit with her on her conditionals, and as soon as he raised the pitch of his voice and said, I don't care what you say or all your conditions, I'm going to appoint this man your public defender. And then he paused, waited for her to conditionally accept, and she went silent because she thought, well, he must be serious now.
So the status isn't going very well right now.
Yeah, so then there was talk of a competency hearing, and she conditionally accepted that. And then
her status is crazy.
Yeah, that must have been the status as lunacy. But then the judge says, well, I can't rule without a motion. Will somebody make a motion? So now he's legislating from the bench, I guess. And
So
he says,
watch who makes the motion.
But at that point, she still had public defender?
yeah, because he's the one that made the motion.
Right.
I mean, the defense attorney couldn't make a motion. They had already been paid off. They were done.
Right.
The judge couldn't do anything. The only person, she should have jumped in and made a motion herself to dismiss her.
The attorney protecting the straw man threw it under the bus.
Right.
Exactly. It was pretty horrendous.
Which is his job. That's his job.
Absolutely. Torn back to the public.
Yep. He did his job.
Thank you.
When you're doing your job correctly, your own attorney is your worst enemy. If you're doing your job and you're perfectly in the public, he will be your best friend. And then it's the judge and the prosecutor who will be your enemy. But when you paid him off, the public didn't have a claim. But the antagonist was the attorney appointed to help you. Everything's perfect. It's all backwards.
Precisely. Alrighty. Any other questions of status? What's the time, JJ?
23 after 5.
Hour and 3.
So, Brandon, your son has an estate then to draw... How was his estate established if it's not established with a birth certificate?
You think it was the birth certificate that established the estate?
Well, now I don't know.
Well, this birth certificate.
I thought it was.
Birth certificate is merely a certificate of beneficial interest. How did you get the certificate?
Yeah, he applied. So the estate's always been there, you're saying?
Well, how did you get the certificate? Mom and Dad did something.
Yeah, Mom and
they applied, right?
Yeah, they applied and
they put in an application.
So they begged.
They petitioned for a trust. They asked a trustee to get involved with the estate.
Isn't his estate everything that he's going to achieve in his life intellectually and physically? Was he born alive, or did he come into this existence alive? As long as he's alive, he's adding to an estate.
So everybody has an account to draw bonds on.
An account or an estate?
Yeah, an estate.
His estate hasn't been accounted anywhere. It just follows him. There is no registration yet of his estate.
See, what he would do is he could pledge a portion of his labor to a bond, deposit it with the alien property custodian, Secretary of Treasury, and write any instruments off of that. And he could give that bond a registration number to create an account that's the equivalent of the registered mail number on the envelope that he sent to the Secretary of the Treasury. And so now he's got basically his account number would be that registered mail number. And when he's depleted the limited amount that he's pledged on that bond, he can write another one.
By going about it that way, isn't his estate going to be a lot smaller than those of us who have birth certificates?
His is 10 times bigger than yours, because 9/10 of his isn't pledged to the United States. Aha! Aha!
Then is this estate just something that exists as a natural right of being an American when you're born in this country, or when you are
being alive? Not necessarily
Every
being
life
American.
that comes as a gift from God comes with the natural ability to do with your life everything you want to do. And everything you achieve goes into your estate.
See, they can only use what he pledges to them to back the bonds for Federal Reserve notes. Now, if we all did that, couldn't we control the supply of Federal Reserve notes in circulation? And wouldn't that control the value of the Federal Reserve note? Couldn't we be buying houses for $1,000? We sure could. But that's if we were that aware of how our currency system worked and were that deliberate in choosing rather than just leaving an open checkbook for the financial system to use at their will and whim. Any other questions? Alrighty. Can I blow through this in 40 minutes? Yes, I can. Okay. So, a couple of distinctions I want to make here, and I want to describe their roles and how we utilize each of these individuals so that when we move into the processes in describing the A process, the B process, and the C process, you understand what we mean when we say and when we use any of these terms. Okay? First of all, one of the most important aspects of your private administrative process is records. Another important aspect and very significant aspect of records are that they are held by someone whose business it is to keep such records. Now, first we're going to start with the notary, is so that their acknowledgments and jurats as attachments to a private process can have that private process authenticated or apostilled by a Secretary of State, thereby making it legally recognized instrument anywhere in the world. All the notary public ever does is acknowledge or take oath from our adjudicators, our presenters. Okay? So our notary public is only doing, let me change up the color, and you're going to be disappointed in this, Mr. Ellertson.
I'm happy with it.
Acknowledgements. And basically jurats, which are taking oaths. So, for instance, our presenter makes presentments, like the name indicates, has no other official role or capacity, has no official or public seal, has a private seal. And the affidavits of service that he executes, or she, is then jurated, because an affidavit is a form of sworn testimony. A jurat is attached to the service. So the presenter presents process and executes affidavits. Typically, I call these affidavits affidavits of service or affidavits of presentment.
So the presenter is actually executing his own certificate of service.
What do you mean his own?
Well,
he's executing an affidavit. He's executing an affidavit saying, I presented these documents for this person to this person.
Okay. It's just an affidavit.
But the presenter isn't necessarily our record keeper. Who can we use to keep records? We could use a notary to keep records. We've chosen not to. So we're using the adjudicator and the private court to keep records. In the A process, our adjudicator is our record keeper. So the adjudicator has one serves in one capacity as a records, or what actually in the last process I used, I called the adjudicator an agency of record. But it's a records keeper whose business it is to keep records of process and to witness and certify presentment and response to process. That's in the, well, we'll get to that. So another capacity is to witness presentment and response. So if I, the claimant, no, claimant's not on here, if I, the claimant, execute a process and I instruct the respondent to respond to the process, where am I telling the respondent to respond to the process? Through the adjudicator. And the adjudicator also has the capacity of making administrative and judicial determinations, but in the A process, in our first private process, he's merely making an administrative determination. Jack, why is it an administrative determination and not a judicial determination?
Judicial involves a determination in which the facts between the parties are in dispute. It's merely administrative or ministerial if the material facts are not in dispute between the parties.
So, because I, the claimant, am really doing a private process with the respondent. I have contracted the adjudicator to be a witness to the process so that this third party can certify that, yes, I sent it, and there was no response. And they can administratively determine it was sent, as I can tell here from the affidavit of presentment by the presenter, which is jurated by a notary and authenticated by the Secretary of State. So I can take this as an internationally recognized legal document. And my address is on the process as the response address, and I never got a response within the time allotted, or at least a response that meets the requirements of the offer that the claimant sent within the time that the claimant allowed. So he can certify. So we also, that's the administrative determination is a method of certifying our claim. Now, our private court. This is where we go to get a ratification of our first process, the private process. When I went to my brother, I went directly to him, got some facts established that I want to take now and get ratified by a third party, which is going to be the private court. And I'm going to give the other party, the respondent, an opportunity to bring any facts forward or to challenge the determinations made by my administrative process. And there's going to be a hearing, and he's going to get a summons. And he has a right to appeal. And because all of these elements are in place within the private court, any judgments of this private court must be recognized internationally by any other court. Okay? So this is where we go for our judicial determination. Private court also has in its scope of business, keeps and maintains and certifies copies of records. So they are also a records keeper. So now, I have records from two independent sources. And because the adjudicator had their certification, which is a form of sworn testimony, jurated by a notary public, I can get an authentication by the Secretary of State of this record. And because the clerk, or the judge in this case, has their signature jurated by a notary public on the judgments and certified records out of this court can also be authenticated by the Secretary of State. Now we're not going into the details of these processes yet, because you'll see this isn't the process. I'm just describing the roles of some of the parties involved in the process. Any questions?
So could you give an example of like what type of entity would be a private adjudicator? Do we just create one?
An entity competent in making judicial determinations or administrative determinations.
Okay.
An entity that keeps records and that has a seal, private seal.
So we could create it.
You could.
Except it should be possibly a third party.
If you were an adjudicator, it would be a conflict of interest for you to adjudicate your own case.
That's right, it wouldn't be any good. You can't be a judge in your own matter.
No.
That's
you're not really a judge.
That's a maximum.
You're kind of biased.
Yeah. And then maybe an example of a private court, because that's something else.
That is something else.
That could be a little bit.
Yeah, we had to establish rules of court and all kinds of things to create one of these. And we had to publish them so that other parties could verify the existence of the court.
So is it recognized by The Hague and everything else? Or does it have to be?
What does that mean? Well, first tell me what recognized means. If we went to The Hague right now,
is it a nation?
And somebody was challenging an order or a judgment out of this court, say, Your Honor, the judgment comes out of the Court of International Claims. The URL for their website is iaacourt.org. What just happened? They just recognized it.
Oh, it's because it's published. So as long as you publish the fact that it is a court, it can be recognized.
Mm-hmm. And all the essential elements for its judgments to be recognized are there as well.
Just because it's published once, though, don't you have to get a second witness?
What do you mean, published once?
Well, it's
published every day, every moment. Every time somebody goes to that URL, it's published again.
Yeah.
Once it's already self-authenticated because it's sealed by the Secretary of State and there's verification.
Okay. Still, that takes a little bit of setting up.
Yeah, I'm not saying you should all go create your own courts.
Okay, good. So
you could.
We have possibly a court that's available we could use.
The court, yes.
Okay. That saves a lot of time.
What if you had two heads? Could you put the one head determine the other heads?
Have you guys seen that show? There is a girl who has two heads. I was blown away by this. I just saw it last night. And she had to get two different driver's licenses. Because one head controls one side of the body. What did I say? It or something? She? Okay. And the left head controls the left arm. The right head controls the right arm. Yeah. And so they had to take the test 4 times. 2 for each of them. And they each got their own driver's license.
What? They have different jobs.
They have different jobs? I didn't know that. Oh my God. Working overtime.
Do they have to date
one of them's sleeping while the other one's working.
Do they have to date twins?
There you guys, yeah, I got all the questions you got. I only got to see one video of them. You guys go find out for yourselves. I am perplexed, amazed, startled, disturbed. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on in me about the whole thing. And she's 22 years old. They are 22 years old, and it's one of the few times conjoined twins have been that merged and lived that long. Most conjoined twins die within the first year or two of being born. So it's remarkable. No, we were making jokes about that last night. What if one's a judge and the other one's a criminal? What if one's a bank robber and one's a police officer? Right hand doesn't know what the left hand's doing. Yeah, so it was very interesting, very interesting. So, any other questions with regards to this? Yeah, they have 2 different everythings. 2 different birth certificates, 2 different social security cards, 2 different driver's license. It's weird because they only got 1 set of legs. But from here, like they're all merged up, and so they only have 2 arms. But their shoulders are kind of wide, so they actually have 2 sets of organs all the way down to here. Or all the way to here. Like 2 sets of lungs, 2 hearts, but then like the same digestive system, 1 bladder. 2 gallbladders, but they have 1 bladder. Yeah. 1 large intestine with 2 stomachs? That's like a cow. Like they could probably eat some crazy stuff. Oh, so they only eat on one side.
No, they both eat separate, but the one seems to have like blood sugar issues. The other one is fine.
Who's the mother if they give birth?
What's that?
Who's the mother if they give birth?
They both are, because they only have one deal. They're, from here, there's only one person. So it's moms. That's my mom's. So the learning channel is currently completely exploiting their life.
Okay, so to start up, I'm a little bit confused. I'm not sure I'm on the right track over there.
About the 2-headed girl or about this?
No, about that right there. Okay. So when you're going to start the EA process, the presenter goes to the notary public to get the acknowledgments and jurats, right?
To get a jurat on his affidavit, yes.
Okay. And then whatever they got from the acknowledgement from the public notary, the presenter uses it, takes it to the adjudicator.
No. Okay. The presenter merely takes the process and presents it, puts it in an envelope and sends it off. And then signs an affidavit saying, I sent this record to that party. Signs the affidavit, executes it, takes it to a notary and gets their oath jurated. Okay? That becomes the record for the adjudicator. The adjudicator examines it and says, I'm the person they're going to respond to on this. Right? And has a certification from this guy that that's what was sent with the registered mail number, everything on there, all the necessary information, and jurat. And if you want to really create an authentic record, it will be certified or apostilled by the Secretary of State.
Okay.
Okay? The adjudicator then certifies whether or not the response came in accordance with the terms and conditions of the presentment and within the time given by the claimant to the respondent in order to respond. No response, certification is done. Gives it back, or keeps a record and gives a certificate of the record or of the claim to the claimant. But keeps a record.
Okay.
Keeps a record of the presentment, keeps a record of the certificate. Okay? So that's the adjudicator's record, because it's his business to keep records.
Gotcha.
Okay? Now the claimant can get, claimant's not on here, but claimant, the guy who initiated the process, can get a certified copy of this record from the adjudicator. You can also get a certified record from the private court.
Okay, but the certified record from the private court, it's not yet there, is it? That's until you try to get your judicial determination.
Once we've got this complete record that was established in a process, we take that to the private court and we petition the private court. So it's a separate process.
Okay.
And we include this record as evidence supporting our petition to the private court.
Okay, yeah, I got you.
And because it's an authenticated record, the court can recognize it. Because it's going by international standards of recognition of international documents and legalized documents. So again, this private court must meet all the standards that are internationally recognized by courts. So for a court to because even this court is foreign to this adjudicator even, right?
Right.
So because this is foreign, I mean everything's foreign to this court, really. So in order for this court to recognize anything, it must meet an international standard of recognition. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, isn't a judge in his private capacity considered a private court?
Yes. In fact, all the courts in the United States are technically private courts.
Okay. Gotcha.
We call them public courts. But in reality, they're the courts of a corporation.
Right.
So they're private courts. They're not de jure courts. They're not constitutional courts. They're legislative courts.
Okay.
Aren't the attorneys title of nobility?
Yes.
And so could they operate in the de jure courts of the land under the Republic? No. So their courts are really private courts. And they can't compel you to come into their court. You come into their court by consent, don't you?
Yep.
So why are you going to their courts when you can create your own private court and do your same process?
Yeah, see, attorneys don't come here, but lawyers do. Let me say that again. Attorneys do not appear in the private court, but lawyers can.
Lawyers practice private international law.
Lawyers are merely those who are learned in the law.
Attorneys are those attorneying the parties back to public policy, which is private. You've got to agree to do that. So they're running private courts, so why aren't you running private courts? See, there was a group, there were groups of patriots about 10 years ago all over the land that were starting up their own sovereign court system. But the problem was they weren't following due process and equal protection. It was just a rubber stamp for what the patriots thought they needed to do and wanted to do. And they weren't really interested in law. They were interested in rubber stamping who they thought they were and what they wanted. And so they were discouraged because they were really not law at all. They were just rubber stamping themselves, and they'd have 12 people that would sit as though they were a common law jury. But they were just given their private opinion. They weren't given due process, equal protection, and most importantly, they didn't establish valid records.
So how to determine the lawyer or attorney when you're trying to hire them?
Well, an attorney could be a lawyer. He just has to know the law, which is rare in attorneys. I'm just kidding. I don't like to badmouth attorneys. I actually have a lot of friends who are attorneys, and they're learned in the law. So there are attorneys out there who know the law. So they could qualify as a lawyer, but I don't care if you have a bar card. It means nothing in this court. In fact, your allegiances and political law of the bar have no force and effect in this court. Nor do your protections. You waive any protections, benefits, or immunities that the bar offers if you appear in this court.
So in essence, what does that mean?
What does what mean?
When you waive your protections.
When the bar attorney waives means he's just a man.
Let's look at it this way.
And he has full commercial liability there.
Haven't you heard we've said a number of times, quote, the facts are on the moon, unquote? In which court and which jurisdictional venue does that apply? In the public, because there is no substance in their court whatsoever. But if you have your private policy court going on here, if we come in with access to our asset account, do we have substance to resolve a claim? Yes. So are the facts then relevant in our court? Absolutely. In affidavits of truth, are they relevant in our court? Absolutely, but you're not going to get at the truth in their court. So which court would you rather go to begin with? Go to the private court where the truth is going to prevail, because you're going to give a remedy. You're not going to our court to get rid of or to not be responsible. Does that make sense? If you're going to come into this court and you're totally irresponsible and you're not there to resolve your problem or your brother's problem, are these adjudicators going to hear your case? They better not, because we're dealing with substance here. You see the difference? You know, earlier, either today or yesterday, we talked about the fact that somebody may have got along in his case to a certain area, and then what's he going to do? And we said, well, you know, they could go back into the public and do this, or they could go into the A-B process in the private and then transfer it under the C process to the public. By the time we come to the public with our adjudication, we're not dumping a problem onto the public. We've solved our problem, we've solved their problem, we've brought them a complete solution. Everybody's a winner, according to what they're entitled to in the law. You see what we're saying? So don't come here to these courts to try to charge your brother because you don't like him but you think he owes you something, because that's not necessarily what this is all about. You're coming in here as a creditor to resolve everybody's problem. Need a mic?
Okay, there it is. So now we've got our private process done, right? It's all adjudicated.
We've just outlined something.
We've just
haven't
outlined
shown
some
you the
roles.
process.
We haven't even
yet.
shown you the process.
I know, but let's just say, okay.
Okay, let's say
we got our private things done.
All of these dudes did their jobs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, it's done. But since we're like in this multi-dimensional thing going on, we still have. They won't see our stuff. We've got to.
They will.
Not in A and B because we're private. They'll see it when we go to C, which is the third step.
Okay, so you got C down too.
Yeah, C comes after you've after these guys.
The problem.
After these guys have done all their jobs, then you can move on to your C process. Okay, and you'll have all the records you need to support the C process.
Let's just cover it right now. The simple way of saying the A, B, and C is you go into the book of Matthew. Matthew 5:25 says, don't you go in front of the public courts until you've solved your problem privately. That's a rough interpretation of Matthew 5:25. 5 is the number of grace. 25 is actually forgiveness of sins, which means you're solving the debt. Okay, that's like the maxim. Don't go into their courts, because if you do go into their courts, what's going to happen to you? You're going to be cast into debtor's prison until every penny is paid. It doesn't say, hey, go to their court, and if you haven't solved it, ask for a nice jury trial, because you're going to convince the jury that you're innocent and you're going to go home a victor. No, it doesn't say. It says if you haven't solved it before you're in front of their judge, you're going to debtor's prison. It's plain and simple. And why are you going to do that? Because does the defendant have a remedy? He's a debtor. Debtors have no remedy. He's going to prison. What is your attorney going to do for you in their court? He's going to take your money from you, and he's going to go to the court. He's going to mitigate your sentence, but you're still going to be sentenced. You're going to have some penalty to pay, and the only reason you're induced to hire an attorney is because he's going to go in there and say, hey, boss, let's cut this guy a little bit of deal. He's paying me. We're going to put him before the wolves. Just instead of 10 years, give him 5. That's what's going to happen. Okay? How do you get the breakdown? You go to Matthew 18, verse 15. 18 is bondage, but it could lead to the opposite of that. 15 is peace. If you have aught with your brother, go to him privately and resolve it. That's process A. You're going to go between you and your brother privately to resolve the issue. Then it says, but if that doesn't work, Matthew 18:16. 16 are things of the world. He won't agree with you, so you got to do what? Take one or more witnesses with you. So you got to do it all over again. You did your A process. You did a 3-part process in A. Notice, then notice of fault, then default. That's A. Now your default is a judgment against him, right? Who gave you that judgment against him? You did. It's your process. You defaulted him in the case against yourself. But under the maxims of law, can you give yourself a judgment that anybody else is going to recognize? No. So it's Groundhog Day. You got to do it again. Same program all over again, but this time it's not you directly going to him yourself. You're going to him with a witness. Who is your witness going to be? Either the notary, if he is your court, or the adjudicator. Isn't that the purpose of the adjudicator? To be the third-party witness, right? So how are you going to go to him under Matthew 18:16? You're going to file a case with the adjudicator's court, claiming that this other guy, your brother, was supposed to do certain things. Wouldn't you do that in the public court? You'd file a case against him and have it heard? But you're not going to the public court, you're going to the private court. So in the private court, when you file the court case, what's that going to look like? It's going to be a repeat of process A. Let's say it's a foreclosure case. Who is your adversary privately in that foreclosure case? It's the bank, but what part of the bank? The whole bank? Nothing but the bank? Or the CFO of the bank? CFO, because you gave him an asset payment, and only the CFO can deal with that asset payment. So it's a private case against the CFO as the agent for the bank. Because if you win against the CFO, does he not have the capacity to bind the bank in terms of payments? Absolutely. So you're going to bring the CFO in his private capacity as CFO of the bank into this case. And your case is going to say things like, there was a mortgage with a straw man. As the accommodation party, I tendered full payment to the CFO of the bank. The CFO of the bank has not registered the payment. The CFO of the bank has not returned my instrument. I've done a 3-part process with the bank in the A copy attached here too, and certified, and at no time did the CFO ever state that he had not been paid. The CFO refuses to issue a receipt for the payment or otherwise to establish a release of the bank's lien on the property. That's your factual statement. The jurisdiction is what? You've got the authority in this private administrative process to have this court be able to adjudicate these facts between the parties. That due process of law and equal protection, notice and opportunity are being given. That it's been properly served upon the party. What is it that you want as a prayer for remedy? You want the bank CFO to come in and show cause, if any exists, because he's already in default, why he has not authorized the bank to issue a receipt for the payment, to be able to issue a satisfaction of the mortgage lien, to close all ongoing public prosecutions and whatever against the straw man and this account, and to dismiss any further process and release any liens or levies or attachments on the collateral belonging to the debtor. Isn't that basically your claim? And you've already got your A process showing that he's in default in consent and agreement. When do you go to court against your brother? After you first tried to resolve it with him privately and he hasn't responded to you. So in our complaint, in front of this court, these adjudicators, have we showed the adjudicators we're here because we have exhausted our capacity to resolve it privately and administratively with the CFO at a bank. We're not wasting your time. We have to come here because he won't grant us the remedy. He's in dishonor. He's in default. Is he coming as the debtor or are you coming as the debtor? You see, you're coming asking your brother to show cause why he's been dishonoring you and not giving you the remedy. So you've got a legitimate reason to be here in these proceedings. And you're going to serve that on him and he's got to answer it. Now, when he answers it, is he going to say things like, well, that's no good note and no good process? I mean, we've already got the A judgment that says he kept the damn instrument. We've already said there's been no certificate of protest against the instrument. He's in default by failing to do what? Credit the case. Why do they take you into foreclosure? Because they've done their private administrative process and they're alleging that you are in default because you haven't made the payment. Now it's on the other foot. The reason he's here is because I made the payment and you haven't credited the result. What the hell's wrong with you? You see? And he's got to answer that. Now, the only reason he did not ever answer you to begin with is why? You gave him one of these private instruments, right?
Yeah.
Why did the CFO never answer you? Because if he did, and he had to tell the truth, if it's under oath, he'd say it was good. As soon as you had a piece of paper with a banker saying that's good, what the hell's going to happen to the banking system? It's going down the tubes. But remember, what does the rules in civil procedure say? If he fails to respond to you, what is he saying? He agrees with you. You understand? So are you in harmony with him and is he in harmony with you?
Yes.
Absolutely, but he cannot give you something in writing. He can't give you something in writing, which creates a problem for you because if you allege you've paid it, don't you have to prove it? And it's got to be a record in writing, doesn't it?
And it's got to be a record by a third party.
And he ain't writing to you. So how do you create a record that he's in agreement with you when he ain't writing to you? It's not that he hates you. It's not that he can't write something. It's that in this system that we got, the private and the public have to remain segregated apart. Because the private is only for true creditors and people that are honorable, and the public is for everybody else. And so you've got a problem of putting together a record that shows there is agreement of the parties. And he's going to stay silent because he loves you, and he's hoping and praying you're going to be able to put together a record that'll show that he's in harmony with you and you don't go into dishonor with him. So this whole process here, he's not against you. He's hoping and praying if you're competent enough to do this, he's in complete agreement with you. Otherwise, he'd have said so to begin with. You see what we're doing? So that's the outline of where we're going.
I got
check. We've created
one
more questions.
Yeah, well, on this private court here, we're just doing that mostly on mortgages. Are we doing anything else other than mortgages with the private court?
You name it. Taxes.
We're doing
child support.
We're even doing criminal stuff.
Criminal.
That's what I want to know.
Anything and everything that can be a dispute between parties can be resolved in this manner.
Good. That was my question.
And this is the remedy. What you were doing going into the public and arguing with these people is what was getting you into trouble. And you know why you had to do that? Because you were incompetent to know your true remedy. So they took over as the guardians and gave you an alternate system to which you're going to get penalized. But that's because you don't know. Remember, Scripture said there's only one reason why you're losing. It's not that you're bad people. It's not that you're good people. It's not that you're God's favorite people or God's worst enemies. There's only one reason you're losing. You don't have the knowledge. My people failed for lack of knowledge. That's the only reason. We're giving you the knowledge, if you can handle it.
These Mastering Commerce Workshop sessions, hereinafter sessions, are the private exchange of ideas and concepts between the providers and recipients. The content is not meant as legal advice. The use or attempted use of any idea or procedure discussed in these sessions is applied to the recipient's own personal transactions, cases, or controversies, or applied to other cases may or may not result in a favorable outcome or the same outcome as discussed in these sessions. Each transaction, case, or controversy may be different as a result of unique actions or unique statements made by the parties therein, and each different act or statement in any transaction affects or may affect whether any procedure or idea discussed in these sessions is relevant to the recipient's transactions or that the outcome thereof will be depicted as in these sessions. The discussion of ideas or procedures in these sessions is not exhaustive of the subjects being discussed. Many ideas and concepts that can affect the outcome of any legal or commercial procedure are not discussed in these sessions. In fact, that the recipients may not be aware of these issues may have an adverse effect on the outcome of the recipient's procedures. It is the responsibility of the recipients to understand their own transactions and to apply the appropriate and complete concepts necessary for a procedural and substantive remedy thereto. These sessions may be redistributed privately by a recipient to another recipient requesting them, conditioned upon the fact that this notice is provided therewith. If you have any questions, you may contact Mastering Commerce by email at info@masteringcommerce.org.
Webinar for MIC based on the federal tax return in a creditor capacity. And we're going to redo that basically this evening for you people. This is for the purpose of showing you how you can play the role of a creditor instead of a debtor in some of these transactions, okay? And so what we're seeing here then
is Brandon's computer freezing up.
There you go.
I've lost control of my mouse. There we go.
Feed it more cheese.
All right, is this a presentation? Is that what I'm looking at? PowerPoint?
Yeah, it's PowerPoint.
And we want to go from current slide. Ba-bam!
Okay. The issue is, why are we taxed at the federal level? Cause and effect. Okay? And it's interesting to note, I have always noted that whenever I'm researching a topic, if I eventually find the issue in the Bible, it is a commercial text, and it will give you the answer. And it says in Scripture, you'll get the answer here a little, there a little. It's going to come by way of a foreign language, which means that the words you seem to think are English you understand, but you got to use a foreign dictionary to interpret them. You don't use the standard dictionary, you use the law dictionary because those meanings are foreign. And then it's through the mouth of a stuttering or stammering person, so it's not coming clear to you. And you're going to have to interpret what he's saying. So, when we go into Scripture, which we'll do in a minute, we'll get a clear understanding of why you pay a federal tax. The federal tax liability is based, in summary, on two things. Number one, substantively, you're using the king's property. And so it's not your right. It's his property. It's his right. So that's the first problem you got. In form, you're not reporting properly. And we'll show you what we mean by that. You're choosing unwisely in what you're putting on your tax form. Let's go to the next slide. We're going to look in form. In Matthew chapter 17, verse 24 through 27. 17 is the number of victory. So we're going to learn some about taxes. And when they were come to Capernaum, meaning the Lord and his disciples, they that received tribute money came to Peter and said, "Doth not your master pay tribute?" What kind of a tax is tribute? Is it domestic or international? It's what? How many people say it's domestic? How many people say it's international? Tribute is a debt owed to a foreign nation. Tribute is an international tax. Let me ask you a question. If this federal tax were tribute, would it be under the provisions of the Constitution? No, the Constitution only envisions what? Domestic purposes. So if your federal income tax is international tribute, would it be supported by a constitutional provision? Absolutely not. Aren't the patriots always arguing that the tax is not constitutional? Guess what? They're absolutely correct. But does that make it illegal or unlawful? No. It's under a different pattern, something they didn't comprehend. Okay? So, who was Peter? Wasn't he one of the disciples? Personally, what was one of Peter's worst traits? He opened his mouth before he really understood what the issue was, and he was always getting in trouble with the Lord, right? Okay, so look what happened. The IRS came to Peter and said, "Do you guys file 1040s?" Isn't that what it's saying here? Now, 25, which is forgiveness of sins. It ought to correct the problem. And Peter said, pay tribute. And Peter said, yes. He did a confession. We pay taxes. You know, when IRS stops you on the street and goes, "Are you a taxpayer?" Are you going to go, "Oh, now is no time to say no, man. They're going to clamp the bracelets on right here and carry me away. I'm just going to say yes." So that's what Peter did. He said yes. And when Peter was come into the house, Jesus stopped him at the door saying, "Hey, Peter, what do you think, Simon? Of whom do the kings of the earth, of whom does IRS take custom or tribute? Of their own children or of strangers?" I don't know how the Lord understood what Peter had done to screw up that day. Oh yeah, he's the Son of God, he understands everything. And so he got this mental message coming through the ether: Peter screwed up, Peter screwed up, get to the bottom of it. And so he says to Peter, "Who do the kings tax, the children or the strangers?" Well, 26, Peter said unto him. Do you know what 26 is? It's the gospel of Christ. And what does the gospel do? Set you free from debt, sin. So the gospel is in 26. Peter said unto them, "Of strangers." And Jesus said unto them, "Then aren't the children free?" Isn't that the purpose of the gospel? Set you free. Okay, so we know Peter knew the correct answer. We also know that Peter was chicken shit. He wouldn't confess the truth to the IRS because he was afraid of what they were going to do. Okay? 27. 27 is preaching the gospel of liberation. Notwithstanding, this is the Lord speaking, lest we should offend them. Who's them? IRS, the public servants. We don't want to cause any dishonor. Go thou to the sea. This is admiralty, international taxes, admiralty. This isn't common law. Cast in a hook, take up the fish that cometh first up, and when thou hast opened his mouth, thou shalt find a piece of money. Take that and give unto them for me and thee. So, let me ask you a question. Did the Lord advocate not paying the taxes? Never. Always pay your taxes.
Especially if you plan to be a taxpayer.
That's correct. Okay. Now, that's all we're hearing here. Let's interpret it. Because remember, this is a legal text, so it's not giving you all the information. It gave you enough, but you got to understand something from other places and areas to be able to fill it in to interpret what's going on here. Okay? So, first of all, Peter, you already testified you were a taxpayer. There's no way to handle this case. You can't go back to them and say, well, really, we're not. Because when you do, you testified first you were, and second you weren't. So we know one thing about you right now. You're a liar. We just don't know whether you were a liar when you answered us the first time or when you answered us the second time. So no longer can you be a witness in this case. So there's no way to win it on the facts, even if you wanted to try. So because you've already lost, when he said yes, was that a statement? Then is he testifying? He was deposed, so is he a debtor or a creditor? He's a debtor. So he's not only a liar, he's a debtor. Is there any way for him to win the case? No way to win the case. Already lost it, so the Lord said, you screwed up, Peter. Just go pay the taxes now. How did he go pay the taxes? Let's look at that for a minute, okay? What did Peter do before he worked with the Lord? He was a fisherman. So he said, Peter, if you're going to pay the tax, go use your trade. Don't they ask what you do for a living on the tax return, how you're engaged in commerce? So Peter's a fisherman, right? So go do some fishing and pay your taxes with the money you get from fishing. Now, if you're a fisherman, do you expect to get money by throwing in a hook and getting the money directly out of the mouth of the first fish you pull up? Or is that probably some kind of a strange way of having achieved your end result? It's not normal, right? Let me ask you a question. This is a Fed tax return for two people, right? They used to tell you how long in the year you would work just to pay your taxes, right? It used to be that to pay your federal taxes you would work from January 1st somewhere into at least the month of April. It may be worse than that now. So we've got like January, February, March, and probably 3.5, 4 months. So for two taxpayers, that would be about 7 months worth of labor. Did Peter expend 7 months of labor to pay the tax? No. God, he got off easy. It took about an hour and a half. Let me ask you a question. Is there a statute that says, thou shalt not steal? You bet. Do you think if Jesus is the Son of God, he would advocate breaking the law? No. Well, do you think it would be right for Peter to be able to only expend an hour and a half to pay a 7-month tax without it being called theft? It doesn't seem right. Everybody else has to work 7 months to pay those two taxes, and Peter gets off in an hour and a half, right? It's called theft. Ah, but wait a minute. What if the tax isn't owed? And his payment of the tax is merely symbolic. Would it be improper in theft then for him merely to spend an hour and a half to get enough substance to pay a 7-month tax? If it wasn't owed, it wouldn't be theft because the substance wouldn't be due, right? Haven't we already stipulated that Peter and the Lord both said the children have no tax liability? Correct? Okay. Who are the strangers and who are the children in this scenario? Who's paying that tax? Or who's got the obligation to pay that tax? The straw man. The straw man Peter, the straw man Jesus. Who are the children? The living man Jesus, the living man Peter. In the United States, who has the tax liability? The straw man Smith or the living man? Straw man Smith. Isn't he the stranger or the foreigner because he's not a natural entity, an individual? Prior to all of these taxing things, when did the taxes federally start in this manner? Didn't they start in the Civil War? And after the Civil War, did not Congress come out and try to pass a general income tax on all persons and all people? And wasn't that the subject of the Pollock case in 1892-93 in front of the U.S. Supreme Court? And what did the Pollock court say to Congress? It literally said, your general income tax levied on everybody is 100% constitutional as it applies to persons, and it's 100% unconstitutional as it applies to people. And ever since then, every income tax statute levied has been a person tax, not a people tax. Let's analyze that. Pollock was a man, and they tried to tax him, and he challenged it, and he won. Now, in the early 1900s or middle 1900s, Congress again passed a corporate income tax statute, which moved forward and was never overturned. In the 19-teens, when they were coming out with the Federal Reserve System, they also put forth the 16th Amendment that allowed Congress to tax from any source derived. And they tried to convince everybody that that permitted Congress to tax people. But the U.S. Supreme Court said the following, that the 16th Article and Amendment created no new taxing authority, but merely reflected that the power that Congress has already had was being reinstated or stated. What power did they have? Corporate tax power. So why are you and your straw man paying a tax? Because they converted you from acting like people to acting like a one-man corporation, and they taxed your straw man that is a one-man corporation. They never altered and changed the law because they can't change the law. They changed the way you run your life. Instead of being responsible under Block 2 here, behind me, as the living man or woman operating your living man woman estate, you put your estate in a corporate trust endeavor, and the Supreme Court has said many times it's not a tax on the property, it's a tax on the way you're dealing commercially with the property, i.e. you're going through a trust. Your Social Security, birth certificate, as opposed to directly having your estate. Does everybody understand this so far? Now, we called it tribute or international. Why is it tribute and international? If it's tribute, you had to be conquered by a foreign nation, didn't you? in order to be paying tribute? What was the foreign nation that conquered you? The District of Columbia. They took over in the Civil War. So you're paying tribute from Illinois, which was your nation, to the conquering nation, District of Columbia. It's international tribute. You understand this sucker was written 2,000 years ago, thereabouts. What's changed in the world? Nothing.
The outfits.
Yeah. Dress is a little bit more modern. I shed my old robe. And I shed my sandals. I don't have my hooked cane by which I was knocking the lambs and keeping them in line. But
I still got my cane.
Same old, same old. Okay, now, he said, you're going to find a coin in its mouth. What was the coin? Gold. Gold is money of the sea. Silver is money of the land. If you're paying the tax with a gold coin, is it international admiralty or is it common law land tax? It's international admiralty, which is in line with tribute. Take it and give it to the IRS for you and me. When Peter gave the IRS the gold coin, do you think they rejected the gold coin as not being the money that they could accept, or do you think it looked exactly like what they were expecting? It's exactly what they were expecting. Do you think they asked Peter, did you work 7 months for this sucker? Or were they happy just receiving the units? Didn't make any difference whether Peter stole it, got it with 1 minute service, or got it with 10 years of service. As far as they were concerned, it discharged the debt. And no matter whether Peter got it easy or got it hard, it wasn't their issue. Let me ask you a question. If you could spend an hour and a half in terms of going through just a procedural rigmarole to obtain something that the IRS would think would be good enough to be money to discharge the tax, and you could give it to the IRS and get rid of your tax liability no matter how many years it was in question, do you think the IRS would be happy then? As long as you gave them something they expected to have coming, and they could use it by transferring it from one account to theirs, they'd be happy to go. So why are you guys working for 3 to 4 months to pay your federal tax? Unless you believe you are the foreign person instead of the children of the land that have a right for set-off, or in reality don't even have a tax liability to begin with. And the only reason we're going to set it off and pay it is so we don't cause offense to those people. And what would offense be? Would that be raising some issue that would sound like an argument, which we already understand and know we don't want to do because arguments don't work? So IRS sends you a letter. Hello, where is your payment? Why are you arguing with them? Why aren't you down fishing, pulling the coin out of the fish's mouth? It's that simple. They told you here, basically, if you can interpret this story, that it doesn't take a lot of substantive effort to pay your tax. That you're not even liable for the tax to begin with, but it's under international treaty, because your nation was conquered, that you even owe this tax, and there's a way around it for the children. Isn't that where we want to go? Well, let's see if we can get there then. Next slide. We go, in this case, to Matthew 22. 22 deals with light or wisdom. Verse 15 to 22. 15 is peace, 22 again is wisdom. This same story is in the book of Mark, and it's also in the book of Luke. 15, peace. Then went the Pharisees. Who the hell are the Pharisees? Then went the lawyers and the administrators of government. IRS. Then went IRS and took counsel on how they might entangle Jesus in his talk. Now, IRS is going to come and they're going to test you, and they're going to entangle you in your talk. We're going to trap you, dude. You're going to jail.
That's an interesting choice of words too, because entangle is when, like in quantum entanglement, like when they split a photon, and whatever the photon does over here, it does over here, as if they're still one.
A mirror image.
A mirror image. And it's called entanglement.
Okay.
Using one for the other. Are they trying to get him to be the straw man, maybe?
Okay, what's the mirror here? Don't we have tax liability because we're dealing with both the public side and the private side, right? The public side is your straw man. Clearly, the tax is levied against him. Is it a rightful levy or wrongful? It's a rightful levy. Why? Because you screwed up and chose to do business under their system, and you created a fiction under their system, and they're the trustee, but you also are a co-trustee to report his earnings and pay tribute tax on those earnings. So whose fault is it that this guy is getting hit by the IRS? It's the way you chose to do business. But there is a public side, the straw man. But who the hell is managing the straw man? The living man. And what are you as the living man? A trustee to handle the affairs. So we've got a mirror image. We got the public side, we got the private side. So, like Brandon just said, we got mirror images here. Because the private side is the real, and the straw man public side is the shadow imitating the living man. Perfect mirror image. And the entanglement is going to be, can you unwind your effort in resolving the problems of the fiction, being the real man who is the trustee, and therefore have to help us participate in resolving this problem? Or are you going to get, I'm a real man, I don't owe taxes. Kind of like Brandon was saying before, I'm not the ship. Yeah, but damn it, you were behind the controls and you collided with the wharf. So it's your responsibility, not the ship. Okay? So, they took counsel how to entangle him. 16, love of the world. And they sent out unto him their disciples. Oh, the bosses sent down their hitmen, saying, Master, we know that thou art true and teachest the way of God in truth. Neither carest thou for any man, for thou regardest not the person of men. What did they just do in verse 16? They swore him in to testify. Do you promise to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but truth, so help you God? We know you are God. You claim to be God. And you claim to tell the truth, and you're going to tell it no matter who's asking. So under what you respond to us, we're going to hit you with perjury and contempt if you lie to us. You see what they're doing? They're swearing him in for a deposition. Okay? So we're on a trial here, aren't we? And anything that's said is in public, can be used against him. 17. 17 is victory. Tell us, therefore, testify. What thinkest thou? What's in your mind? Is it lawful to give tribute unto Caesar or not? Well, let me reword this. Is it lawful to pay your taxes to IRS? Wait a minute. Does IRS work in the world of law? They work in the world of legal. So they're already entangling both jurisdictions. They didn't say, is it legal or illegal to pay your taxes to Caesar? Is it lawful to pay your taxes to Caesar? Lawfully, who do you give your increase to? God. But they think Caesar's God. Watch what he does. Is he going to answer this directly? Because if he does, he's testifying, and by testifying and making a statement, he's a debtor. And then he can't win. So he's got to go into the court as a creditor, right? Creditors never testify. So let's see what he does. 18, bondage. But Jesus perceived their wickedness. I mean, their ability to try to pull him into a trap. And Jesus said, why tempt ye me, ye hypocrites? Why are they hypocrites? Because you're crossing the jurisdictions. You want to know if it's lawful to pay taxes to Caesar? It's lawful to pay increase to God. It's legal to pay taxes to Caesar. Verse 19. 19 is faith. Now before he answers, he says, show me the tribute money. And they brought unto him a penny. Tribute money. International taxes. 20. 20 is redemption, being redeemed. And he said unto them, whose is this image and superscription on the penny? What the hell has that got to do with anything? If you have an image, a head on the penny, why is that head image on that penny? Isn't it a brand? Isn't it a brand? What is a brand there for? Show ownership.
Brand on.
Who owns the penny? The man whose image is on it. The penny is Caesar's property, man. What the hell has this got to do with taxes? Well, let's look. 21, responsibility. They said unto him, Caesar's. Let me ask you a question. Who's asking the questions and who's answering the questions? Jesus is asking and they're answering. Who's the creditor and who's the debtor? Jesus is the creditor. They are the debtor. Do you understand that we're showing you that Jesus was showing you how to go into their courts? When they ask you a question, are you returning the answer by way of a question which resolves the issue, or are you answering the question? Because if you're making a statement answering the question, are you the debtor or are you the creditor? You're the debtor. Who is in control of this inquisition? The creditor or the debtor? The creditor. Do you want to be in control of the court, or do you want to be the controllee, who is the debtor? Don't creditors win and debtors lose? Why would you choose to be a loser by going into court and using the wrong form of response? And so they came unto Caesar. He said, they say unto him, Caesar's. Then said he unto them, render therefore unto Caesar's the things that are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's. If you're paying your tax with Caesar's property, why is he collecting the tax from you? Because you're using Caesar's property. If you were using God's property, God might come looking for a tax from you. But if you're using God's property, why would you be paying a tax unto Caesar?
And notice that his statement, because he makes a statement here. He makes a statement here. Render therefore, right? Therefore. What's the supporting evidence of his statement? Their testimony.
He used their words against them.
Therefore.
So look at verse 22. 22, wisdom. When they had heard these words, they marveled and left him and went their own way. They came to trap him, and who did the trap spring on? Back on them. Now let me ask you a question. Did he answer their question? Yes. But he answered their question by getting them to witness against themselves.
And it was so it's a mode of confession and avoidance, isn't it?
See, neither in form did he go into dishonor or as a debtor, and even in substance he did not ignore or evade their question. He responded as a creditor in form, and he answered their question by confession and avoidance in substance. So therefore, why are you guys filing a federal tax form? Can you already tell me what the answer is? Because your straw man used Federal Reserve notes all year long.
And give unto Benjamin that which is Benjamin's.
Okay? That's part of it. Let's fill in the rest. Okay? But I'm showing you in these two things out of Matthew, he's telling you, number one, in order not to create dishonor, let's go ahead and just go through the motions. Number two, there is a tax due and owing because you use Caesar's property, Federal Reserve, you use dead presidents all year long. And it belongs to the corporate United States, and they're looking at what you did with their property. If you did 100% of your straw man's business last year with dead presidents, what could the corporate United States ask you to do? Return 100% of them, plus all profits. And do they have a right to ask you to do that? You bet. You use their property. So let's see what we can do about it. Okay, we're probably going to want to try to expand this out to begin with at the top and then toward the bottom. This is a 1040 return. 10 is the number of law. 40 is the number of probation. Anybody that's had any experience with government forms knows one thing. The form is neutral. It's neither bad nor good. It's what you know about the form and how you elect to fill it out is going to determine the outcome. You can fill out the form as a creditor. You can fill out the form as a debtor. It's up to you. You have the unlimited right to contract. The government doesn't tell you how to fill this form out. It gives you the form and gives you the ability to fill it out. In case you're totally stupid, you can follow the directions, which will probably cause you to fill it out as a dummy defendant debtor because you're too stupid to fill it out as a creditor. But in any event, you'll get it filled out. Now, what is a tax return form? What is it really? Is it money? Is it title? Is it possession? What is it? It's information. But information in what structure? In legality, what does this form do or not do?
Pretty good.
That mouse really does need some cheese. Is it not describing property?
Yes.
What do you call an instrument that describes property? A security agreement. And what does a security agreement do? Who fills one out? Doesn't a debtor fill out a security agreement? And who does he turn it over to? The creditor. And does the debtor sign the security agreement? Yes. Which side does he sign on, the left or the right? The left, because he's a debtor. What does a security do? Conveys title to property. This particular security agreement could also be called a finance statement. What in particular does a finance statement do? Doesn't it list property that is to be used to do what? To be a surety for a debt. And all the property listed on the finance statement under the signature of the debtor in an administrative execution can do what? Allow the creditor to seize the property listed. So when your straw man fills out a tax return, I mean a security agreement, I mean a finance statement, all the property listed on there, you're giving the power to the creditor. Come and get it and take it if you need to. So under your signature, you're authorizing them to levy it or lien it. Do you understand why they don't have to go to a civil court to get that authority? You contracted with them. Do you understand why, since it's a finance statement, if you don't sign it, it's not a finance statement or agreement that they can execute it. Therefore, it's nothing. Therefore, they won't accept it. Therefore, it's not a return. Now you're in derelict of your duty because you haven't filed a finance statement, because it's not signed. How many people think the IRS is doing everything wrong? Good for you. Well, let me know how that's been working for you. You know, it's just like the foreclosure. Everyone wants to blame the other side. Look in the mirror. That's your problem. But the only reason that you're trying to squeak out of it is because you don't know where to find the coin in the fish's mouth. If everybody could get the coin out of the fish's mouth tonight before midnight, would you go down and file a tax return and not have a problem? Yes, you would.
Much of them.
Why wouldn't everybody? Most people are lazy and don't want an argument anyway. The problem is they don't know where they're going to get the guitas to pay the tax, right? Because all year long, look, this is an instrument. Is the front of the return public and the back of the return private, or is it something different? Didn't we tell you? The front part of every document is public and the back side is generally private, if it's a payment instrument or a finance instrument. So what are they doing on the public side? They're listing the corp, they're listing the tax identification number, then they come down to filing status. Now after that, 6, that's the number of man. What do they give you an opportunity to do? Take some kind of exemptions, right? Let me ask you, exemption isn't a benefit? If you're taking a benefit, do you lose a right? Hale versus Hinkle, right? So I want to take the exemption because I don't want to pay so many taxes. Oh, well then you just screwed yourself, buddy. Because now you got to pay. Because you took a benefit. See, the king is saying, you used my property all year. If I wanted it all back, I could ask you for every penny of it. But let me ask you a question. The king's doing business with everybody in the land, right? So they all got the same problem, right? So at the end of the year, the first year, what does the king do? He looks at everybody out there and says, I want all my property back. Send me everything you made this year. How many years, if you're not blonde, would you be in business with this guy? If you went to Las Vegas and they could rig the games so that every player would lose every penny if he stayed 3 or 4 hours, and everybody went home a loser, what would life in Las Vegas be like next week? There wouldn't be anyone there. And so someplace between taking everything they could take and taking as little as they might want to choose to take, there's going to be some level which maximizes the king's return. You understand? So he's going to put a complicated arrangement into effect so that he could convince most of the people to give him as much as he could extract from them, so that they start groaning and complaining, but not so much that they drop out of the game next year and he gets nothing. You understand what we're saying? But he's entitled to everything. So the first thing he does is he says, we're going to give you some benefits so you don't have to return everything to me. Oh, well, that's good. Then I'll consider working with him next year. Isn't that about the way the tax game goes down? And so on the first page here, you get certain exemptions and write-offs. If you want to take them, you're entitled to them. And then from line 7 all the way to the bottom of the first page, you're just reporting how many Federal Reserves ran through this guy's system that was called income last year. How much of the king's property did you use? Tell me how much it was. Let me ask you a question. Isn't this voluntary? Well, not really. If you used his property, you really ought to tell him how much encroachment you made on his property. But he's going to say, well, just send it to me voluntarily, and if I don't believe you, I'll send out my people to audit you, but I don't want to have to come out and pound you over the head so that you're going to tell me how much of my property you used last year. But if you get in front of a judge and you go, well, Judgy Wudgy, I don't want to fill this out. There's no constitutional reason compelling me. He's going to go, well, I'm going to put out an order and you're going to report this, or else you're going to be in contempt. Well, where's your authority to do that? Well, the judge doesn't want to say, look, you're using somebody else's property. He has a right, since he's your business partner under commerce, to get a report on what's his and what's yours.
And who's it voluntary for? Who's it voluntary for and who is it involuntary for? It's voluntary for non-citizen nationals who have no income effectively connected to business within the United States. They can choose to pay a tax to support the democracy or not. But any U.S. person who has income effectively connected to business within the United States or abroad is required.
Okay, so isn't the U.S. citizen person the birth certificate estate with the Social Security number as the beneficiary? You see where we're going? Okay, but not a problem yet. There's always a remedy notwithstanding. Okay, this straw man could have been involved in a lot of crap. In line 12, business income. That comes from a Schedule C, right? So there's a Schedule C out here. You're in business. You got certain costs. You got certain income. And the bottom line on Schedule C is a profit or gain. You can subtract the cost of doing business. That's not a benefit. That's an accounting a cost, because just because you paid workers don't mean that that was a right you had, because the money got transferred to the workers. If you bought goods in order to build or do something in your business, that Federal Reserve note's transferred to the other party. So those can all be deducted, and the bottom line is a profit or gain to the straw man, right? And that profit or gain goes on line 12, and it's either positive or negative. If it's negative, do we want to ignore it? Or if we take a loss, is that a benefit? We probably don't want to take a loss. Okay? Now, what happens when you come down here to line 20A? Social Security benefits. The straw man got paid Social Security last year, didn't he? Is that a benefit? You bet. Okay. So, but isn't the use of Federal Reserve notes a benefit? Yeah. What the hell is the difference between the Social Security use benefit and the Federal Reserve note benefit? Is there any difference? They're still a benefit, aren't they? So put down 20A, Social Security benefits. Now, you can go into their books and put down a taxable amount. See page 26. Now, for the purpose of people listening, I think this was what, a 2008 return? If they're looking at the line and not trying to find what, the lines may be different. It's a 28 return, okay? So, are you going to only in line 20B put down the taxable amount as per the schedule, or are you going to put down the gross amount? Gross amount, otherwise you're taking a benefit. They're giving you a deferment on some of the Federal Reserve note usage. We don't want any benefits, deductions, exemptions, and deferments. So we put everything down. Now we add them up. In this example, it's $75,456. Adjusted gross income. Isn't the adjustments benefits, pretty much? So are we going to take any adjustments? No. So the bottom line at 37 is $75,456. That's the end of the public side of the form. We've reported the maximum usage of dead presidents, which belongs to the military takeover government. And it's not a tax on that, it's a tax on the privilege of doing business under that military government that creates the taxation. But it's a benefit of doing business using their property in order that you can make a living. Now, we already talked earlier this week. How many people can generally make a living without using dead presidents in the democracy? Like zip, zero, and nada. Because if you try to use anything except dead presidents, they presume that you're a terrorist to the democracy, and now they're coming after you, right? So don't they force you into this so-called benefit? They might be able to force corporations into something. Can they force people into something without their consent? No. Let's keep that in mind. Let's go to the private side. We transfer to line 38 the amount of use of dead presidents, 75456. Line 39, check if you were born and you're older than Methuselah, or check if you're blinder than a bat, or any other reason why we want to let you take a benefit. Do we want to use that? No. Okay, so they didn't trap us there. Line 40, itemized deductions. What the hell is deductions? It's a benefit to defer taxes on Caesar's property. It's a way Caesar can get you to pay something without paying at all, so that you'll come back and do business again with him next year. Otherwise, he could ask for it all back. But the game would be up. He doesn't even want you to know what we've studied already and told you. Because already now your mind is thinking, well, what's Caesar after and what are we going to do here? Question. Mike.
B and C are also benefits, right, for 39 B and C.
Yeah, if your spouse itemizes and C check of a standard deduction. Well, any deduction or any exemption is a benefit, so you don't want to take those. Because you're deferring a debt. And a debt deferred is still owed, isn't it? So Caesar's asking you to accept a benefit here so that he can be the creditor and you can be the debtor. Is there another question, or all set? Go ahead.
Hey, Jack, you know what's interesting? My straw man it works for the state.
If you don't want to confess anything, just say your brother's straw man, and we'll do third party here.
My brother's straw man, it works for the state.
Yes.
And prior to that, they wouldn't allow him to be employed with the state until he filed all his taxes.
I'm wholly... Are we going to file? You bet. It's not only my duty to not cause offense, but I'm going to show you that I'm filing as a creditor, and I'm proud to do so and help my country. Do you think that would cause some kind of prejudice to your brother if he learned how to file as a creditor instead of file as a debtor? Because they only asked to see his returns. They didn't say, if you don't file as a debtor, you're going to lose your job. The choice is yours. Hasn't Brandon been telling you all weekend? Everything is based on contract. And if contract is going to work, they can't tell you what party in the contract to be. Smart people learn how to be a creditor in a contract. Ignorant people just take what's left over. You see? All right. Itemized deductions. How many did we itemize? Zip, zero, nada. So now, line 41, subtract 40 from 38, we still got the gross income, right? Have you ever looked up the definition in Black's Law degree between gross income and taxable income?
Gross is not taxable.
Pardon?
Gross is not taxable.
Gross is not taxable income. How many times have you seen a court case say, we don't tax everything that comes in? All they tax is what? Taxable income. How do you derive taxable income from gross income? Look it up in Black's dictionary. Taxable income is always also called net income, and net income equals gross income minus deductions and exemptions. So how did you turn your gross receipts into a tax liability? You put on your damn form, I want a deduction or an exemption. By electing any deduction or exemption on your form, you declared the gross income to be taxable. That's how simple it is in one respect. You did it by what you did when you filled out your form. You chose unwisely. But there were two reasons for the tax. You made yourself subject to the tax by listing a deduction or an exemption, which is just plain dumb, because you can't even read the dictionary. Or the second thing you did is you used dead presidents and you didn't reimburse the king for the dead presidents. That's the only two reasons why you're paying a tax. So, we're down to line 41, gross 42. If line 38 is over 119,975, or you provided housing to a Midwestern displaced individual. Brandon, you didn't live with me last year, did you? See?
Southwestern.
Oh, well then I'm out. I'm not trapped by that one. See page 36. Otherwise, multiply $3,500 by the total number of exemptions. So line 42, you get a chance to create a taxable income again by claiming an exemption, don't you? So we're not going to do that. Okay, so now we get down to line 43. Taxable income. Subtract line 42 from line 41. That's because presumably you've taken all these deductions and exemptions, which is why it's taxable. Technically speaking, is our line taxable? Not yet, because we didn't take any deductions and exemptions. Okay? Now, line 44. Isn't 44 4 times 11? 4 are things of this world, the king, times 11, short of perfect government. You owe a foreign tribute tax. And on line 44 it says, how much tax do you owe? And you could check if you used an 8814 form, a 4972 form, or anything else. How much tax are we levying against this straw man? 100%. Why the hell would we do that? What did Scripture tell you to do? What did it tell you to do to Caesar? Give back Caesar all of his property. How much property did the straw man use of Caesar's last year? 100%. So we're going to give it back. Oh, but everybody's looking really weird right now. Why the hell would you do a stupid thing like that? Okay, what did we put in the right margin to the right of line 44? Can we move it over there? To move it this way to get to the right margin outside of line 44.
Zooming out. Here we go.
Or else scroll over.
Well, I want to be able to keep the signature in there too.
Well, the signature's wrong. We'll get back to that.
Get the mouse to go where I want it to go.
I gave you 2 statutes, I think, yesterday, didn't I? I gave you 12 U.S.C. 411, write it down. And I should have given you 31 U.S.C. 3113. 12 U.S.C., that's banking, 411. Yeah. I thought we had it in the margin. It's up in line 44, though. There you go. 12 U.S.C. 411. We're stating a claim. We're justifying why we put the gross amount in line 44. What does 12 U.S.C. 411 say? Well, you want to go home and Google that. And you want to look at the first part, and it'll tell you what Federal Reserve notes are. They're issued by the bank. They're obligations of the United States. But the latter part of that says they're redeemable dollar for dollar in the District of Columbia at the U.S. Treasury. Where does your tax return go? Doesn't it go to the Secretary of Treasury? District of Columbia? Well, he's got outlying offices, but the parent company for collection of IRS taxes is the District of Columbia through the Secretary of Treasury, U.S. Isn't the Secretary of U.S. the alien property custodian? Isn't he the dude that has control over your birth certificate, estate, trust? In your birth certificate, estate, trust, don't you reportedly have the equivalent of asset funds if there has been an undertaking to convert your birth certificate security into money by way of a bond? And so the Secretary of Treasury, U.S., if you've done an undertaking, has the capacity to have the equivalent of lawful money registered in your account under your Social Security number in the District of Columbia. Let me ask you a question. You got Federal Reserve notes, dead presidents. How would you redeem them, and what would you redeem them for? If you took dead presidents to the District of Columbia, to the Secretary of Treasury, would he give you anything other than other dead presidents in the public? No. He will give you whatever is used as a currency, legal tender. He will exchange your $50 Federal Reserve note for 2 20s and a 10. But that's all you're going to get. Is that really a redemption? No. Why isn't it really a redemption? Because you're in the public, and the public can't handle an asset. All it handles is more liability. So if you're going to redeem it under 12 U.S.C. 411, what jurisdictional venue do you have to redeem it in? The private side. Well, look, you're filing a 1040 return, aren't you? Isn't it going to the Secretary of Treasury? His agents are the DTC, the FRB, and the IRS. So if you're sending this puppy to IRS, you're really sending it to the Secretary of Treasury's agent in the District of Columbia to operate this return, aren't you? And why is it that you would file this 1040 as a debtor? Because you want to make beneficial use of the Federal Reserve notes, right? What if you don't want to make beneficial use? Why would you want to benefit if you could demand a right? Well, in order to have a right, what do you have to do to the beneficial use of the use of 75,456 dead presidents? What would you have to do to get rid of the use? You'd have to exchange the use of that for what? The equivalent of lawful money with legal and equitable title. Do you have that on deposit with the Secretary of Treasury, U.S. in the District of Columbia? Yeah. So what do you want to do? I want to make an exchange. I'm here to redeem under 12 U.S.C. 411. So the first thing you're going to do is redeem the beneficial use. The beneficial use of what? All the Federal Reserve notes, plus all the benefits you gave the straw man. Social Security benefit, we're redeeming that sucker. How about unemployment? We're redeeming that sucker. How about food or whatever? If it's listed on this sucker, we're redeeming it too. Now, is it a benefit, or did you just convert it to a right by compensation? You converted it to a right by compensation. Question.
Also, if you have a structured settlement, do you also have to claim that too?
If you've got any debt with IRS going in the background from previous years, you better resolve those before you go into this sucker. Because you can't be a creditor on a half of an account. You're either a full creditor, or if you've got any liability to IRS for any year, you're a debtor, even if you tried to go ahead and redeem this. In fact, they will accept this return for 30 days. They will send you a notice. You still owe them money for all the other damn years all the way back to the date of your birth. And if you don't deal with those within the 30 days, they'll disallow this credit. Because you're a debtor and you can't access this payment set off if you're a debtor on all those other accounts. You understand? Okay, so 12 U.S.C. 411, you're saying, I used 75,000 in dead presidents last year, but I was forced to do that under the democracy. And I want to redeem these dollar for dollar. So I'm going to authorize you to deduct from my asset account, dollar for dollar, the same amount. Isn't that your redemption? Because on the private side, aren't they letting you have access to your legal, equitable money supply? Which is as good as gold. You understand? How did Peter pay his tax? Gold coin. How are you paying your tax? You're going to your gold account. How much effort did it take you to fill out this form? An hour and a half? Did you have to go fishing, dude? Did you have to pull a coin out of the mouth of the fish? Hello. Okay, now that you've redeemed it dollar for dollar, what is 31 USC? 31 deals with money. You're dealing with banking and money. Do banks on the public side deal with money anymore? Not really. They deal with debt. So you're converting debt to money. You're going from 12 USC banking to 31 USC 3113. 31 is the offspring. That's the sons of God. Who owes the tax? Not the sons and daughters. It's the stranger. So the stranger is reporting his use. Didn't Jesus say to Peter, go in, report the use and pay the tax? So Peter's going in and filling out the 1040, and then he's pulling the gold out of the fish's mouth, and the tax people are happy as can be. Now, under 31 U.S.C. 3113, it says that the U.S. Treasury will receive gifts to discharge the federal debt. You would put that right along with 12 U.S.C. 411 in the right column. It's a double whammy. Because first you're converting it, and then what are you doing? You're gifting it to the United States Treasury. Why are you gifting 75 to the Treasury? To pay off the debt. What the hell debt? Well, weren't the 75,000 Federal Reserve notes a public debt? So what are you doing now with your gift? You're getting rid of the public debt that your straw man used last year. Isn't this too good? What the hell do they call the class of tax that's a 1040? It's a gift tax. And you just gave them a gift. What the hell is wrong with you people? Man, oh, Shevitz. What a whine. Okay, so now that that's done, look, let's say they withheld some federal income tax. Are you going to claim it? No, why? Because it's liability, man. You're making a use again. Just let it go. It's another gift or whatever. Okay? So you're getting none of those credits, and the bottom line at 75, which is 3 times 25. 3 is completion. 25 is forgiveness of sin. I mean forgiveness of tax debt. And you're going to now authorize the 75. Where is it coming from? Your asset account. Based on what? 12 U.S.C. 411, redemption, set off, and 31 U.S.C. 3113 gift. Okay, the straw man, the debtor, signs on the left-hand side, because if he doesn't sign, we have no liability, right? So he's got to sign the security agreement. Now, once he signs that, what does that give the power of Internal Revenue Service for the United States the authority to do? Come and see $75,000 worth of Federal Reserve notes. Okay, but wait a minute. You're going to redeem those with $75,000 in gold coin where you've got legal and equitable title. So you paid the debt with legal and equitable title, which zeroes the obligation of paying the $75,000 privilege. Does IRS have a legally enforceable security agreement now that you have set it off? No, it's discharged the tax to zero when you gave them the gold coin, metaphorically. Okay? But wait a minute. You gave an indication in the right column that they could do that. Where was the signature authority? Isn't this a finance statement? Okay, can't we endorse the instrument for collection against your asset account? And if we endorse it, haven't we authorized IRS to take it to the Treasury and get paid from our asset account? So do you owe any tax anymore? Now, there's a mistake here. We have the signature vertically in, unfortunately, the left column here. Behind the signature as a double witness, we put the SOC number without dashes. The SOC number without dashes indicates the account over which the signature is. If they could clearly read your signature to understand it's the account associated with the SOC number on the front, you wouldn't need that number behind it. But if it's chicken scratching, you better put that number as a second witness that this name is that numbered account. Without dashes, because that's the employer identification number as a creditor, not a debtor. But it doesn't get signed in the left. It gets signed in the right column. Remember, this is an endorsement, I-endorsement, not E-endorsement. An E-endorsement is what? Public signature. What is an I-endorsement? Private signature. Is this a private endorsement or a public endorsement? Private, because it's going to your asset account. Now, if it's endorsed on the right-hand side, isn't that the same side that a check would be endorsed on? Because if we could see through this form to the front side, where would the sentence writing begin on the front? on the right column from the back view or the left? It's be the right column from the back view right now. It would be coming across the page like Hebrew from right to left.
So the upper right-hand corner of this page, when flipped over, would be the upper left-hand corner of the check.
You see what we're saying?
Endorse a check. It's the left-hand side from the front. When you flip it over, the endorsement goes on.
But you still sign it on that.
On the margin, vertically.
With the Social Security number, without that.
Without dashes. Now, the Hornbook text on Banker's Acceptance is White and Summers. It's a Hornbook series. And they talk about Banker's Acceptance because an endorsement is Banker's Acceptance. It makes the signature party liable for payment on the instrument. And White and Summers says all it takes for endorsement is a vertical signature on the back of the instrument. Isn't this vertical on the back of the instrument in the right-hand side? Banker's Acceptance. You just authorized the payment out of your asset account for the amount that you claimed you were going to be liable in order to pay on the finance statement. Now understand this. It makes sense that it's on the right-hand margin and not the left, doesn't it? Because is the creditor on the right or the left? The right. Look, the debtor signed on the left. We don't want to put our endorsement on the left for the creditor. The debtor signs on the left. The dual signature on the right is the endorsement for collection. Now, the next matter is, once you got the instrument made out, how would you like to proceed with this procedurally? Would you send it to the typical Internal Revenue Service officer for filing your income tax return? Chances are no, because this deals with a private set-off. What Department of Internal Revenue would you want to deal with? CID. So you would tender this to CID. Now, from what Brandon has been telling you about process, you may have to create a record. What is a record? Writing. Because everything they do in their fiction court is by writing. So to create a record, do you think you might want to have a process server send this instrument to CID so you have a record of mailing? You bet.
You certify now a process server.
Whatever it's going to be in order to give you.
Making service of it.
And you want a third-party witness because you don't want to have to testify what you did here, did you? Because if you have to come in and say, yeah, boss, I signed it and send it, under those circumstances, you got to be a witness. And if you got to testify, are you the creditor or the debtor? You would be the debtor if you're testifying. So whatever you're doing with this procedural process, you want third-party witnesses to have to come in and testify, if necessary, in any kind of A proceeding or B proceeding, in order to substantiate the claim. If you're good and you know what you're doing and you can respond properly in form and substance, they're not going to test you more than once. After that, every year you're going to get by with doing this and they're going to file the forms. But the first year might be a little bit rough because they're going to say, well, do you know what you're doing here and can you stand behind it? Or did you go to a seminar and somebody told you what to do? See, if you're nothing more than a dummy on the end of a string, you're not going to prevail. You got to understand what it is you're doing and be able to articulate in form and in substance as a creditor what is happening here. Now, you tender this, let's say, to CID, and you might want to do some follow-ups if you need to. Maybe you don't. But what happens if public side of IRS sends you a letter, a form letter, and it says, hey man, we've been looking for your 2012 tax returns and we don't seem to be able to find it. What do they usually tell you on that letter? They give you options, don't they? What are the options? Number one, if you haven't filed yet, file it now and send it in, right? If you believe you don't have a duty and obligation to file, tell us why you don't believe you have an obligation to file. But on the other hand, if you've already filed your return, what do they want? Send us a copy of your return. Let me ask you a question. You're going to send this into CID, aren't you going to keep a copy? If the public side requests a copy of the filed return, can't you send them a copy of the filed return along with your proof of service on CID? And that ought to stop the public right there. Probably. Okay? Now, do you think we need anything else with that? Do you think we ought to send them a 1040-V with this? Do you think we ought to send them a money order in addition just to the banker's acceptance on the back? Good question. You might want to do that. We might have to do that.
But because you endorse the security instrument that has a face value on it.
This is original, too.
Yeah. I would say you've sent them the payment. Now you may want to send the voucher, because with every payment you're supposed to send the voucher.
1040-V.
Right? So you may want to send them the voucher with it, but I don't think a money order is necessary.
You see what we're saying?
This is the money order.
Now, what have we learned out of this today? You know, there's so many different levels. Number one, I hope you learn that the reason you guys have been wandering around your whole life shaking your booty every time there's a knock on the door and there's a government car in the driveway, why are you worried? Every one of you guys are Alfred E. Newman. Well, maybe the girls aren't, but you guys are. You understand? Why are you worried? You are supposed to be the creditor. Why do you pay a tax? Because you either accept a benefit or you're using their property. But haven't we just showed you in their own statutes and law you can redeem the use? And you know you got the asset account so you can get the gold coin out of the fish's mouth. What the hell is the problem with taxes, man? It's the easiest damn thing in the world to resolve. But the other thing you got to understand is you wear different hats depending upon what role you want to play. Does anybody want to tell me that the straw man hasn't got a duty here? He does have a duty, doesn't he? But does anyone want to tell me that if you understand who you are and how you can operate, that it isn't a problem? How many people heard that they arrested Peter and threw him in prison for tax evasion? No, I didn't hear that either. It isn't in Scripture. So I guess the gold coin worked. And this, if you understand it, is going to work too. But it isn't going to work if you go, oh, I don't know if I really did this right. Do you think this is okay? No, if you don't have the confidence and you can't articulate what it is you did and why you did it and why you have complied with the law, then you're not going to have a remedy. And you know the odd thing about this is, when you file that tax return that way, who have you benefited? Everybody. Haven't you reduced the public debt? You bet. Did you pay your tax? You bet. Did the straw man get to live another day and go back to work? You bet. And you were just as happy as a lark. And I guarantee your spouse was glad that the IRS walked away too. So it's a win-win-win. But you're only going to be allowed to help everybody if you act in the capacity of a creditor. Because if you act in the capacity of a debtor, who can you help? Debtors can't help anyone. They can't even help themselves. So you don't qualify to use that process if you're coming on as the debtor. Okay, you had a question? He's got one. Yeah. Hang on, he's got one behind you. We'll get you.
Yeah, I got the mic. Now, it is a 1040-V. Is that because that is closing out the year? You wouldn't use the ES.
That's a voucher. What does the voucher do?
For the payment.
Pardon?
For the payment. Or basically it's a notice.
Why is there a voucher? What is the purpose of that instrument? There's the money payment. What's the purpose of the voucher?
Well, it authorizes the payment and basically tells you what quarter or to finish up the year, which that would be finished.
Look at it as the vehicle which carries the money. When you go to the bank and you're going to deposit the straw man's paycheck, can you just throw the check at the teller?
No.
What would the teller do with the check?
No, you need a deposit slip.
You need a vehicle to carry it so it knows where it's coming from and where it's going to.
Okay.
So the voucher is the equivalent of the deposit slip.
Okay.
You understand?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And, thank you. I had one more question
no,
on
you
the.
can only get one question tonight.
That's just one?
It's local rules. Go ahead.
On the 31 USC.
3113.
Yeah, 3113. You just put that right below the 12.
Yeah.
USC, just as long as it's in that right column.
Because see, what's in the right column is your pleading. They're going to say, why the hell did he do this? And then you got a marginal notation. What does a marginal notation do on a legal instrument? Doesn't it explain?
Reference, yeah.
It's a reference. I'm not dumb. I'm here to redeem my instrument and give it back to you to reduce the public debt. I conditionally accept your refusal of my filing on proof of claim that you have the capacity to deny me a gift to defray the national debt. Is that in your job description, that you can violate the provisions of the statutes?
Thank you for the answer.
Yes. So when you put 12 USC 411, so you put 31 USC 3113 right below it then?
Yeah.
Because your example didn't have it there, but you...
No, because we're always learning, getting better and better. Tomorrow, you're not going to believe how good Brandon and I are going to be. We're going to have lights above our head.
And so basically...
We are going to have that tomorrow, aren't we?
Yes.
You got the special effects coming in?
I got
you
pyrotechnics.
You just put that notation on there, and they know what it means. You do not have to explain further.
I don't care if they know what it means at all.
Yeah.
Am I limited by their limited capacity to understand the law?
Absolutely not. And that was for the voucher 1040, B as in boy or D?
B like voucher.
Oh, B as, sorry. All right, got it. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Can you file a 1040 as a joint return without a benefit, without claiming a benefit? Is it possible to do that?
A joint return with your spouse? Yes. Yeah, just don't claim any benefits. That is, if your spouse is crazy enough to believe this crap. You know, if I tried to convince my wife of that, I'd have to shoot her to get her to put her signature on that. She won't believe anything. But she's Polish, but don't tell her that I said that. No, don't. There'll be another war. You know, the Polacks never start the war, but they're in the middle of every one, believe me.
So we don't put any marital status, we don't put any filing status?
Well, look, the only way you get a benefit out of a marital filing jointly is if you're using the marital joint deduction, but we're not using any deductions. It's no biggie.
Just fill out 2.
Let her redeem her own damn income, man.
He's scared. And if she doesn't have any, you don't have to. The only reason to file jointly is, like he said, for the benefits that you're going to get. If you're not, if this, what he just showed you, there's no benefits taken on any part of that process.
The problem with that is,
There's no problem. I know your pain. You don't have to say anymore. You got it. Okay, we got another question. Okay, young man.
Okay, yeah, I got 2 questions.
Oh my God.
You were telling us that, you were saying to us
that if you do this form in your IRS, be prepared like 30 days later they're going to come back and say you need to do last year and the year before, year before, year before.
If you have been behind, if you owe something, but if you're caught up, you're good to go.
Okay. All right, so next question, since I don't work
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
How many years do you want to go back and fix it?
I guess you could go back 7 years, I imagine.
No, you can go back to the first return.
Okay.
There's only a statute of limitations on the returns for what? Alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. That's what they're not telling you. They claim you can only go back 3 years on a tax return. That applies to alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. But the 1040 return, you can go back forever. Let me ask you a question. Is IRS still trying to collect some taxes from people in here from the 1990s? 80s? 70s? Is that more than 3 years? What the hell makes you think that they can go back that far if they want to try to convince you that you can't go back more than 3 years? See, what they're not telling you is all of their administrative procedures apply to alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, not 1040 tax return. And so there is no time limit on the 1040 tax. You can go back to the first one if you want. Well, you didn't even have to non-pro-tunc it if you don't want to. But look, what you're really doing here is you're redeeming the use of public credit for the year that you filed this return, right? Now, if you decide to go into Plan 2 and get control of your estate here, see, you have been taking public benefits your whole life. Every year you filed a tax return, even if you filed it correctly and paid, you took exemptions and deductions. You did not pay 100%. I guarantee you did not. Okay? And so you've got a whole crap load of benefits going back to the day you were born in the public. So if you're going to come back and get your estate and they're going to give you access to your units, you got to do what's called a chargeback, which means you're going to approach IRS and say, how much do I owe you? And they've got a record of all these benefits all the way back. And they're going to say, you owe us $3 million, $3,500,000. Maybe you owe $10 million. I don't know. And what you've got to do is you've got to authorize them to deduct whatever you owe to compensate the public benefit from the asset account that you're acquiring to get rid of the public benefit to get your right. That's called a chargeback. So all you have to do, if you do this year, and you're a creditor, from now on they expect you to file as a creditor. But if you go back and you re-get your whole estate and access to it, you're going to have to settle with them and do a chargeback, in which case you're going to take care of all those tax years way back to zero at one time. And they've got the books and records on that. Why do they want you to file a tax return every year?
So they can do their books and records.
So they can do their books and records. Why is that important to them? Because they're using your property and they want to know what they owe you. And if you're not filing your return, you're not telling them what they owe you, and they're worried that they're not keeping good enough books and records and you'll sue them. It's just the opposite of what you I'm not going to tell them what I did last year because I'm going to have to pay them some money. What are you, an idiot? You're letting them steal your fortune from you because you won't report it to them? You people are funny.
I got one more question. So I don't work for anybody, but if you were working
we noticed that.
Yeah. Okay, but if you were working for a company, wouldn't you want to take the most deductions you possibly can from the company's assets so you can play with the Federal Reserve notes and then so they'll give it to you. So
what the hell is wrong with you? Haven't you caught on yet?
No, I caught on, but like if they say, well...
Slow, real slow. Hang on. Wait a minute. How much tax did you pay last year?
I get all that. I get it.
How much tax did you pay last year when you filed this way?
Zero.
Zero. So what are you going to do on the W-4 next year?
Same thing.
If you don't work for anyone, you
on
don't
the
have a
W-4, doesn't it say, I want to claim exempt? Remember, every time you tried to claim exempt, IRS came down on your ass and you were a sorry puppy, weren't you? But now, look at what happened. You filed a tax return with zero tax liability. Why is there zero? Because you didn't have any benefit. So next year, you're working for Ford Motor on a W-4, you go into the office and you say, hey man, I want to fill out the new W-4 exempt. Well, I don't think IRS is going to go for that. Yeah, just, let them, give them a shot, send it in to them, see what they say. Why are you eligible for exempt? Because you didn't owe a tax last year, and you don't expect to owe a tax again this year. Look, if IRS saw that you knew how to get by with that tax return last year without having an obligation, do you think they're going to go, I think he'll probably remember and do that again next year? So therefore, we'll put down exempt, so they're not going to take any federal tax out of you. Is that better than putting down 120 exemptions? You don't want to put down an exemption, it's a benefit. There you go. Okay, is it Miller time yet? Or?
It is.
It is Miller time. Wait a minute, we got a half a hand.
There are several questions.
Oh my God. See,
these are for you, Jack.
Chicken shit, get back up here. Oh man. Okay, questions and then we're going to wind it up.
Okay, so is the main reason, or maybe the only reason, that you're mailing in the return to CID because you are authorizing them to draw out of your asset account?
Okay, this is the way these weirdos operate. If you're a straw man debtor, an enemy of the state, a criminal, but you've been registered. So as a criminal, you're good to go and you can deal with the civil side of IRS. But if you're a responsible, alien, non-citizen, creditor, you're suspicious, so you got to deal with CID. So the good guys deal with the criminal agents, and the bad guys deal with the civil agents. Doesn't that make sense to you?
It's perfectly backwards.
Really, there is a form of absolute logic there. So because you're one of the good guys as a creditor, but you're not one of the evil citizens of the United States, who is an enemy of the state, you got to deal with the criminal people, which will then check you out and say you're good to go. So because you're a creditor on the private side, you deal with the really bad dudes with the guns. Whereas the rest of the real criminals and enemies, they just deal with the civilians.
Okay, so in that case, since it's established that I'm a criminal,
it didn't establish you're a criminal. They just suspect they don't know what you are because you aren't registered. You may be one of those enemies of the state impersonating a creditor.
In that case, if my straw man is the owner of a corporation, an LLC, let's say, that files an 1120S, would it also be wise to send those corporate returns into CID as well?
No, because they're corporations. The tax is 100% constitutional. Is it a 1120S, a S corp?
An S, yes.
Isn't that a pass-through?
No.
If it's an S corp, it could be. It depends on how the accounting goes, okay? But if it's a pass-through, the corp is going to file its regular return, and then its K1s or whatever is going to report a tax onto your personal return.
Correct.
This is for personal returns, not corporate returns. You understand?
Yeah.
Because the corporate return is a fiction. They're a stranger in the land, and they're 100% taxable under the tribute principle. But when the income comes down to your straw man, it goes on to like Schedule E or D or something like that. And then at the end of that, it transfers to the front page in some respect onto the 1040. And we're only dealing with the front page and the back side of the front page of the 1040. The rest of the schedule accountings, they do exactly what they're supposed to do, and then they transfer funds up to the front. We're not going to take deductions and losses right off against income because that's a benefit. But other than that, we're going to treat the front page of the 1040 exactly like we discussed it. But don't try this on the corporate taxes. If your corporation is a pass-through, you're good to go. If it's a trust, it's a pass-through. Basically, you're good to go. If it's an LLC, it's a pass-through. It's good to go. You see the neatness of what's going on here? Does that help you? You got another question?
So if the corporation is a pass-through, would you still want to take the same tact with, I would think you'd still want to take the same tact as, normally a corporation is reporting both its income and its business expenses.
You could take those write-offs there. You could take any of the write-offs on the schedules you want. But if you're transferring losses to the front page, you're not going to deduct the losses from the other income.
Because those are benefits.
That's a benefit. But you can take business expenses off on all the schedules.
Okay.
Okay.
And then one other question. Would you do anything like this with with a state return?
Now, the states are piggybacks on the Fed. Because remember, the states are co-business partners of the national government. The national government is the overrun military government, and they captured the states and the counties and the cities. So they're piggyback taxes. It's part of tax sharing, just so that the states and the counties have their own sources of income so the feds don't have to completely support them. I haven't gone through and totally analyzed what I would do for the states yet, but I would say if worst comes to worst, whatever, you start out by a gross income, usually from your Fed tax, right? So whatever the gross is on the Fed, which we haven't taken any deductions from, if worst comes to worst, why don't you just tender them again, the payment of the gross again to the state and the county? Let them have a windfall so they can help the people. You've got so much in this asset account. What, are you worried? Be generous.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, Jack. On if I were to send this return in, notary presentment, certified mail, return receipt, and all this, and then would it be best to maybe courtesy copy the agency that's expecting the return so that they know what's going on? And
I think you're inviting a problem there.
Good enough.
It says file, but it doesn't necessarily say you got to file it to every Tom, Dick, and Harry is there.
No problem.
The request to the private side. See, on the state, what I would do is I would send that return on the state to the CFO of the state or whoever the treasurer is. They had one. They can operate on the private side because, like Brandon said, see, the state treasurer's office, they have an ACH terminal directly, privately, wire account to Treasury. They can do these things on the private side in a heartbeat. But if you're putting them in through the public side of the state tax collection, they're probably bundling a bunch of crap together and they're depositing them in a public bank. You see? And you can't deposit these things in a public bank because they're not a public depository unit. They're not drawn on the public banks. They're drawn on the private drawee, the Secretary of Treasury, U.S. Okay? Don't anybody do this until you feel confident enough to be able to handle legal and criminal charges under these administrative procedures, because they will turn a civil case into a criminal case in a heartbeat. And I don't want to hear everybody coming back, you told us to do this, yada, yada, yada. You got to be able to understand that you got to be able to push your own commercial process. We are not advocating anything. We are not telling you what to do. We are here for entertainment purposes only, which basically means use your mind, develop your talents, and know who you are and what you're doing. Mike, for him.
I got a question. The 1040V, is there a special endorsement that goes on the back of that? And the front?
Usually, yeah, the back of that is endorsed, just along the edge again with a plain signature.
Plain signature. What about the front where it says the amount? You leave that blank?
Well, in this case, we know exactly what the amount is, so you can fill it in.
Okay.
Because it's exactly what, see, and the thing is, you're putting the blue ink signature endorsement on the original because you're filing the original. And so you're endorsing the original instrument at the same time you're always also drafting it up. So you've merged the liability and the banker's acceptance on the same instrument. Okay. If they brought that into court and tried to charge you with something, the evidence is there, you've already paid what it is that was the liability. The only thing they're going to try to allege is that this is a fraudulent or a counterfeit instrument. How would you respond to that?
I conditionally accept that it is a fraudulent instrument on proof of claim that it's not.
No, you can't do that. You've created an argument. We're saying it isn't, you're saying it is. We got an argument now? Where would you like me to send the cake with the hacksaw?
All right.
I conditionally accept your offer on proof of claim that you got a certificate of protest from the drawee thereon claiming the instrument is not valid. Does that resolve the issue, or does that create further argument?
It should resolve it.
It resolves the issue because unless they get the drawee on the instrument to issue a certificate of protest, they have no evidence, it's invalid. Who is the drawee?
It's the Treasury.
It's your account because right. you did banker's acceptance, but who's the agent for your account?
Treasury.
Secretary of Treasury, U.S. Where did he issue a certificate of protest? On this instrument. See, and then they're, like I did yesterday with Brandon when we were playing, he's going to come back and say, I've read the emails from the Treasurer's office and these things are all a fraud. How are you going to respond to that?
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, conditionally accept that and proof of claim that that is a certificate of protest applicable to this specific instrument. Because see, when he says the internet from Treasury shows that there's a whole group of people trying to do this and they're all fraudulent, is that evidence directly with regard to your tender of payment, or is that hearsay on a general class of things going on? It's hearsay, okay? Because he's never seen this instrument, and he never got any direct communication from the drawee on this instrument. So it's hearsay. Is hearsay permitted as evidence in their court? No.
Right.
But hearsay is a form of argument, isn't it? And if you come back and argue with them, isn't your response hearsay to their hearsay? So now by agreement we're playing a different role, and it's an argument in front of a public judge, and he's going to rule for the other side and against you. Because you reduced your case to an argument on hearsay. And you're the one that followed the leader. You're your own worst enemy.
Gotcha.
I just did. Play back this tape later. Are these things helpful? Are you beginning to understand that yes, it is a form of a game, but it is structured. There are rules and there are procedures. You have to understand the substance, you have to understand the form, but we're giving you the foundation beyond all of this stuff to show that it works. But you got to make it work. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. if I'm interested in setting off all the tax obligations that Strawman had in the past, over the years,
Yes.
but I don't know exactly how much. You mentioned that I can do a chargeback. Now, without having to know exact amount to do a chargeback,
Tell them you want to do a chargeback, and they'll tell you how much.
They will?
Or you can do a FOIA on every one of your year returns and find out what you should have paid them. Or just go to the local tax people and say, I want a printout of what the tax liabilities were, the income liabilities for the past 35 years. And they'll go, well, I'm sorry, we can only go back as far as 3.
Really? Because I have been filing every year. I've been paying tax. I mean, like Strawman has been paying taxes. So I've been current. However, I mean, and they're like kind of, there could be like hidden, obligation that the Strawman have had in the public, which I'm not aware of or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, so.
Well, they're not coming looking for your Strawman right now, are they?
No.
Well, there's usually a maxim that says don't kick sleeping dogs.
Oh, okay. So I don't have to bother with the chargeback or anything.
But if you want to get bit on the ankle, go ahead.
I don't know. Okay. So don't bother with it.
Well, your effort is laudable here, but what you're really saying is you want to do the chargeback process. But the chargeback process is one of the processes between operating continuously in the strawman estate in the public and getting to the point where you're collapsing the strawman estate and taking it offshore privately, and the chargeback is one of the efforts that you do along the way. So why would you go back right now and just ask them to do the chargeback unless you're ready to progress farther and collapse the public estate, move the estate offshore into a private foreign trust or PIF, so that you no longer have that interface going on there. So the chargeback is just one of, let's say, about 5 or 10 things you're going to do between transitioning from operating the social account in the public United States to being offshore in the private. So learn the rest of the process and do it all at once. Don't just piecemeal it and say, well, I want to do the chargeback today, and maybe in a year or 10 years from now I'm going to take it offshore. Learn the whole thing.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Another question.
Yes.
Can you have documents signed non-protunct regarding issues that, let's say, if you have filed certain notices but you need to continue, but you have kind of stopped in doing the whole process, do you need to start the whole process over, or can you non-protunct some documents?
Which process are you doing? Trying to fix a tax year, or?
Well, not necessarily particularly regarding taxes at all, particularly regarding real estate.
Usually from the time you start a process to the time you end it, it should be within 90 days. If it doesn't, it could be declared stale, and you may have to start over again. Okay, but that's just a general rule. It just depends on how the communications are going back and forth between the parties. But it's like in the check world, many of the checks in the check world, some of them will say void if not cashed within 90 days. Some might go 6 months, some might go a year. But generally after a period of time, an instrument does go stale, if not processed, and so your notes presumably are the same way. And then you may have to start over again. But if the process is still working and it looks like you're getting a remedy, you probably don't have a problem. Remember, contracts are dynamic. You could state in your offering that the instrument is still valid even though you've gone beyond 90 days, and if they don't object by agreement of the parties, then it is. Okay? That pretty much wind it up right now? One more question. We got one more question yet. Right here. Okie doke. What time in the morning?
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. 9 is a judgment. Yay!
These Mastering Commerce workshop sessions, hereinafter sessions, are the private exchange of ideas and concepts between the providers and recipients. The content is not meant as legal advice. The use or attempted use of any idea or procedure discussed in these sessions is applied to the recipient's own personal transactions, cases, or controversies, or applied to other cases may or may not result in a favorable outcome or the same outcome as discussed in these sessions. Each transaction, case, or controversy may be different as a result of unique actions or unique statements made by the parties therein, and each different act or statement in any transaction affects or may affect whether any procedure or idea discussed in these sessions is relevant to the recipient's transactions or that the outcome thereof will be depicted as in these sessions. The discussion of ideas or procedures in these sessions is not exhaustive of the subject being discussed. Many ideas and concepts that can affect the outcome of any legal or commercial procedure are not discussed in these sessions. In fact, that the recipients may not be aware of these issues may have an adverse effect on the outcome of the recipient's procedures. It is the responsibility of the recipients to understand their own transactions and to apply the appropriate and complete concepts necessary for a procedural and substantive remedy thereto. These sessions may be redistributed privately by a recipient to another recipient requesting them, conditioned upon the fact that this notice is provided therewith. If you have any questions, you may contact Mastering Commerce by email at info@masteringcommerce.org.
Webinar for MIC based on the federal tax return in a creditor capacity. And we're going to redo that basically this evening for you people. This is for the purpose of showing you how you can play the role of a creditor instead of a debtor in some of these transactions, okay? And so what we're seeing here then
is Brandon's computer freezing up.
There you go.
I've lost control of my mouse. There we go.
Feed it more cheese.
All right, is this a presentation? Is that what I'm looking at? PowerPoint?
Yeah, it's PowerPoint.
And we want to go from current slide. Ba-bam!
Okay. The issue is, why are we taxed at the federal level? Cause and effect. Okay? And it's interesting to note, I have always noted that whenever I'm researching a topic, if I eventually find the issue in the Bible, it is a commercial text, and it will give you the answer. And it says in Scripture, you'll get the answer here a little, there a little. It's going to come by way of a foreign language, which means that the words you seem to think are English you understand, but you got to use a foreign dictionary to interpret them. You don't use the standard dictionary, you use the law dictionary because those meanings are foreign. And then it's through the mouth of a stuttering or stammering person, so it's not coming clear to you. And you're going to have to interpret what he's saying. So, when we go into Scripture, which we'll do in a minute, we'll get a clear understanding of why you pay a federal tax. The federal tax liability is based, in summary, on two things. Number one, substantively, you're using the king's property. And so it's not your right. It's his property. It's his right. So that's the first problem you got. In form, you're not reporting properly. And we'll show you what we mean by that. You're choosing unwisely in what you're putting on your tax form. Let's go to the next slide. We're going to look in form. In Matthew chapter 17, verse 24 through 27. 17 is the number of victory. So we're going to learn some about taxes. And when they were come to Capernaum, meaning the Lord and his disciples, they that received tribute money came to Peter and said, "Doth not your master pay tribute?" What kind of a tax is tribute? Is it domestic or international? It's what? How many people say it's domestic? How many people say it's international? Tribute is a debt owed to a foreign nation. Tribute is an international tax. Let me ask you a question. If this federal tax were tribute, would it be under the provisions of the Constitution? No, the Constitution only envisions what? Domestic purposes. So if your federal income tax is international tribute, would it be supported by a constitutional provision? Absolutely not. Aren't the patriots always arguing that the tax is not constitutional? Guess what? They're absolutely correct. But does that make it illegal or unlawful? No. It's under a different pattern, something they didn't comprehend. Okay? So, who was Peter? Wasn't he one of the disciples? Personally, what was one of Peter's worst traits? He opened his mouth before he really understood what the issue was, and he was always getting in trouble with the Lord, right? Okay, so look what happened. The IRS came to Peter and said, do you guys file 1040s? Isn't that what it's saying here? Now, 25, which is forgiveness of sins. It ought to correct the problem. And Peter said, pay tribute. And Peter said, yes. He did a confession. We pay taxes. You know, when IRS stops you on the street and goes, are you a taxpayer? Are you going to go, oh, now is no time to say no, man. They're going to clamp the bracelets on right here and carry me away. I'm just going to say yes. So that's what Peter did. He said yes. And when Peter was come into the house, Jesus stopped him at the door saying, hey, Peter, what do you think, Simon? Of whom do the kings of the earth, of whom does IRS take custom or tribute? Of their own children or of strangers? I don't know how the Lord understood what Peter had done to screw up that day. Oh yeah, he's the Son of God, he understands everything. And so he got this mental message coming through the ether, Peter screwed up, Peter screwed up, get to the bottom of it. And so he says to Peter, who do the kings tax, the children or the strangers? Well, 26, Peter said unto him. Do you know what 26 is? It's the gospel of Christ. And what does the gospel do? Set you free from debt, sin. So the gospel is in 26. Peter said unto them, of strangers. And Jesus said unto them, then aren't the children free? Isn't that the purpose of the gospel? Set you free. Okay, so we know Peter knew the correct answer. We also know that Peter was chicken shit. He wouldn't confess the truth to the IRS because he was afraid of what they were going to do. Okay? 27. 27 is preaching the gospel of liberation. Notwithstanding, this is the Lord speaking, lest we should offend them. Who's them? IRS, the public servants. We don't want to cause any dishonor. Go thou to the sea. This is admiralty, international taxes, admiralty. This isn't common law. Cast in a hook, take up the fish that cometh first up, and when thou hast opened his mouth, thou shalt find a piece of money. Take that and give unto them for me and thee. So, let me ask you a question. Did the Lord advocate not paying the taxes? Never. Always pay your taxes.
Especially if you claim to be a taxpayer.
That's correct. Okay. Now, that's all we're hearing here. Let's interpret it. Because remember, this is a legal text, so it's not giving you all the information. It gave you enough, but you got to understand something from other places and areas to be able to fill it in to interpret what's going on here. Okay? So, first of all, Peter, you already testified you were a taxpayer. there's no way to handle this case. You can't go back to them and say, well, really, we're not. Because when you do, you testified first you were and second you weren't. So we know one thing about you right now. You're a liar. We just don't know whether you were a liar when you answered us the first time or when you answered us the second time. So no longer can you be a witness in this case. So there's no way to win it on the facts even if you wanted to try. So because you've already lost, when he said yes, was that a statement? Yeah. Then is he testifying? Yeah. He was deposed, so is he a debtor or a creditor? Yeah. He's a debtor. So he's not only a liar, he's a debtor. Is there any way for him to win the case? No way to win the case. Already lost it, so the Lord said, you screwed up, Peter. Just go pay the taxes now. How did he go pay the taxes? Let's look at that for a minute, okay? What did Peter do before he worked with the Lord? He was a fisherman. So he said, Peter, if you're going to pay the tax, go use your trade. Don't they ask what you do for a living on the tax return, how you're engaged in commerce? So Peter's a fisherman, right? So go do some fishing and pay your taxes with the money you get from fishing. Now, if you're a fisherman, do you expect to get money by throwing in a hook and getting the money directly out of the mouth of the first fish you pull up? Or is that probably some kind of a strange way of having achieved your end result? It's not normal, right? Let me ask you a question. This is a Fed tax return for two people, right? They used to tell you how long in the year you would work just to pay your taxes, right? It used to be that to pay your federal taxes you would work from January 1st somewhere into at least the month of April. It may be worse than that now. So we've got like January, February, March, and probably 3.5, 4 months. So for two taxpayers, that would be about 7 months worth of labor. Did Peter expend 7 months of labor to pay the tax? No. God, he got off easy. It took about an hour and a half. Let me ask you a question. Is there a statute that says, thou shalt not steal? You bet. Do you think if Jesus is the Son of God, he would advocate breaking the law? No. Well, do you think it would be right for Peter to be able to only expend an hour and a half to pay a 7-month tax without it being called theft? It doesn't seem right. Everybody else has to work 7 months to pay those two taxes, and Peter gets off in an hour and a half, right? It's called theft. Ah, but wait a minute. What if the tax isn't owed? And his payment of the tax is merely symbolic. Would it be improper in theft then for him merely to spend an hour and a half to get enough substance to pay a 7-month tax? If it wasn't owed, it wouldn't be theft because the substance wouldn't be due, right? Haven't we already stipulated that Peter and the Lord both said the children have no tax liability? Correct? Okay. Who are the strangers and who are the children in this scenario? Who's paying that tax? Or who's got the obligation to pay that tax? The straw man. The straw man Peter, the straw man Jesus. Who are the children? The living man Jesus, the living man Peter. In the United States, who has the tax liability? The straw man Smith or the living man? Straw man Smith. Isn't he the stranger or the foreigner because he's not a natural entity, an individual? Prior to all of these taxing things, when did the taxes federally start in this manner? Didn't they start in the Civil War? And after the Civil War, did not Congress come out and try to pass a general income tax on all persons and all people? And wasn't that the subject of the Pollock case in 1892-93 in front of the U.S. Supreme Court? And what did the Pollock court say to Congress? It literally said, your general income tax levied on everybody is 100% constitutional as it applies to persons, and it's 100% unconstitutional as it applies to people. And ever since then, every income tax statute levied has been a person tax, not a people tax. Let's analyze that. Pollock was a man, and they tried to tax him, and he challenged it, and he won. Now, in the early 1900s or middle 1900s, Congress again passed a corporate income tax statute, which moved forward and was never overturned. In the 19-teens, when they were coming out with the Federal Reserve System, they also put forth the 16th Amendment that allowed Congress to tax from any source derived. And they tried to convince everybody that that permitted Congress to tax people. But the U.S. Supreme Court said the following, that the 16th Article and Amendment created no new taxing authority, but merely reflected that the power that Congress has already had was being reinstated or stated. What power did they have? Corporate tax power. So why are you and your straw man paying a tax? Because they converted you from acting like people to acting like a one-man corporation, and they taxed your straw man that is a one-man corporation. They never altered and changed the law because they can't change the law. They changed the way you run your life. Instead of being responsible under Block 2 here, behind me, as the living man or woman operating your living man, woman estate, you put your estate in a corporate trust endeavor, and the Supreme Court has said many times it's not a tax on the property, it's a tax on the way you're dealing commercially with the property, i.e. you're going through a trust. Your Social Security, birth certificate, as opposed to directly having your estate. Does everybody understand this so far? Now, we called it tribute or international. Why is it tribute and international? If it's tribute, you had to be conquered by a foreign nation, didn't you? In order to be paying tribute? What was the foreign nation that conquered you? The District of Columbia. They took over in the Civil War. So you're paying tribute from Illinois, which was your nation, to the conquering nation, District of Columbia. It's international tribute. You understand this sucker was written 2,000 years ago, thereabouts. what's changed in the world? Nothing.
The outfits.
Yeah, dress is a little bit more modern. I shed my old robe, and I shed my sandals. I don't have my hooked cane by which I was knocking the lambs and keeping them in line. But
I still got my cane.
Same old, same old. Okay, now, he said, you're going to find a coin in its mouth. What was the coin? Gold. Gold is money of the sea. Silver is money of the land. If you're paying the tax with a gold coin, is it international admiralty or is it common law land tax? It's international admiralty, which is in line with tribute. Take it and give it to the IRS for you and me. When Peter gave the IRS the gold coin, do you think they rejected the gold coin as not being the money that they could accept, or do you think it looked exactly like what they were expecting? It's exactly what they were expecting. Do you think they asked Peter, did you work 7 months for this sucker? Or were they happy just receiving the units? Didn't make any difference whether Peter stole it, got it with 1 minute service, or got it with 10 years of service. As far as they were concerned, it discharged the debt. And no matter whether Peter got it easy or got it hard, it wasn't their issue. Let me ask you a question. If you could spend an hour and a half in terms of going through just a procedural rigmarole to obtain something that the IRS would think would be good enough to be money to discharge the tax, and you could give it to the IRS and get rid of your tax liability no matter how many years it was in question, do you think the IRS would be happy then? As long as you gave them something they expected to have coming, and they could use it by transferring it from one account to theirs, they'd be happy to go. So why are you guys working for 3 to 4 months to pay your federal tax? Unless you believe you are the foreign person instead of the children of the land that have a right for set-off, or in reality don't even have a tax liability to begin with. And the only reason we're going to set it off and pay it is so we don't cause offense to those people. And what would offense be? Would that be raising some issue that would sound like an argument, which we already understand and know we don't want to do because arguments don't work? So IRS sends you a letter. Hello, where is your payment? Why are you arguing with them? Why aren't you down fishing, pulling the coin out of the fish's mouth? It's that simple. They told you here, basically, if you can interpret this story, that it doesn't take a lot of substantive effort to pay your tax. That you're not even liable for the tax to begin with, but it's under international treaty, because your nation was conquered, that you even owe this tax, and there's a way around it.